Wonder if everything's set up and working. I guess we're gonna find out, aren't we? I just kind of started pushing buttons. You know, did a little checkup before we went on, seeing if I've actually got all my cameras in the right place. That's good. That's a good thing, Project Dark Fox. That is broadly, I would say, a positive. Howdy, negative charisma, data nerd, Project Dark Fox, to Square, and I spy Kursala hanging out there too. Oh, I spy him. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving week. Last week feels like it lasted a really long time. Oh shit, here we go again. Hold on to your butts, Project Dark Fox. Thank you so much for that resub. Yeah, I know, right? I just started streaming, actually, to Square. This is my first stream, so go easy on me. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice if my first stream looked like this? I would have, like, the improvements would be so nice, is what I'm saying. Like if only my first stream would look like this, and not the fucking mess that it actually was, then the natural progression of improvement would leave me at quite the stream. I hope everybody had a good holiday. A lot of stuff happened for me. A lot of stuff happened on my end. Nothing I particularly want to go into the details of. A few people know what I'm talking about, but it's just like, some stuff that's been a long time coming and has freed me up so much. And for the last few days, I've just been kind of like enjoying the freedom. It's been real nice. It has done a whole lot to, I mean, like, I've definitely in recent months been going through kind of like a creative block that I've just been kind of trying to work through, and for the first time in a while I feel it just sort of lifting naturally. Oh my god, WJ, why would that have, what did you do? Stop that. That's broadly considered to be a bad thing, I think. Mars 3 is dead. Elegoo's taking care of it, so that's good. Yeah, my Mars 1 isn't dead. I don't know exactly what's wrong with it. It has started failing every single print shortly after the raft. It prints the raft, the support raft, just fine, and then it prints maybe a millimeter of the supports, and then everything else sticks to the FEP. And I'm like, well, that's odd. So I go through all the usual troubleshooting steps. I pull the VAT, I change the FEP film, I make sure everything's clean. I check the screen, make sure that there's no dead or dying pixels in it, and I guess it's possible that maybe they're dying instead of dead. That could be what's going on, but I can't get it to print anything. And I've literally never had this particular problem with the Mars 1. And I'm in the same position with that as I kind of am with my original Ender 3 V1 right now, which is it stopped working, it's no longer producing anything. And the troubleshooting process seems like a pain in the ass. So I've started looking at it and really doing price comparisons like, okay, when did I buy this? How many things have I printed on it? I think I can probably just retire my Mars 1. I don't even want to swap the screen or anything like that at this point. It is a Mars 1, like the first run of Mars 1s, the version 1. So it has the original motherboard in it, which means you can't... I was thinking you can get better screens for the Mars 1. You can get like mono screens, and you can kind of upgrade it to be functionally similar to the Mars 2. You can't do that with this one because it has the first motherboard. It can't connect to a better screen, and you can't update the firmware. You can't do anything. It's just like, oh, you were an early adopter? Well, fuck you. That's what I get. That's what I get for getting in early. So I'm thinking that this Mars 1 is, I need to have a proper funeral. Once there's some snow on the ground, because right now I wouldn't light anything on fire outside. If you lit a fire on my property right now, you just burn the whole fucking thing down. But once there's some snow on the ground, I think I might have an actual funeral pyre for my Mars 3 V1 and my Ender 3, not my Mars 3, my Mars V1 and my Ender 3 V1. Because they're both just kind of like, I think it's time. That'll do. That'll do, printer. That'll do. I'm sorry to hear that, WJ. That's terrible. It sounds so awful. I'm lucky in that I've got, like, big, throbbing, pulsating veins right near the surface. Anytime I go in for a blood draw, I'm just like, bam, there you go, right there. Pow! No problemo. I bleed like a pig. It sounds terrible. Just, oof. Yee. Ugh. Having problems with the limit switch. A lot of people are having the same issues. They're sending me a replacement.
Welcome, everyone.
See, yeah.
To Thunderhead Studios.
Hey.
Where the only rule is...
Hey, please don't show me your genitals. Hey.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. I'm talking about the throbbing veins in my arms. In my arms, for God's sake. Dark Malakan knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Know all the tricks, huh? Yeah, I don't have to know any of the tricks because I don't know. I present for blood draw. I can't really explain it. It sounds negative charisma like what you're going through is just, you know, because the Mars 3 is new. So you're going through like growing pains that I would expect Elegoo to go ahead and solve for you. Now I've looked at the Mars 3 because right now with my resin printers I'm looking at, okay, do I repair the Mars 1? Probably not. I've moved most of my work over to the Mars 2 anyway because the Mars 2 is a significant upgrade from the Mars 1. I love my Mars 2. Do I want to replace the Mars 1 with a Mars 3? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, you can, WJ, until we start it. The Mars 3 doesn't seem like enough of an upgrade over the Mars 2 to really be worth the price increase for my purposes. Like, I've seen comparison prints off of the 2 and the 3, and it's just like, you know, I ask myself, for my purposes, do I really need anything performing better than the Mars 2 right now? Not really. Would I like it? Yes. Would I like it to the tune of $100, $150 price increase? Probably not. The screen is not much bigger, so I wouldn't be getting much more print volume. Like, it's bigger. I think it increases by like a centimeter in any given direction, which is nice. But I'm already, like, I'm still marveling at the print size for the Mars 2, so I'm like, I'll probably just get another Mars 2. I'll probably just be running a pair of Mars 2 until the next substantive upgrade to the whole line. Terrain hitting that 1 year mark. Who has the Ultros emote? Whose fucking emote is that? I've never seen that before. That's amazing. Youch! Seafood soup! Muscleheads hate them! Dude, Ultros is the best character in Final Fantasy VI. He's fucking amazing. I have never seen that emote before, and I'm astonished. Made by the Mega 8K when I get the bonus in January. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, the Mars 3 is just riding this weird middle ground. You know? Where it's like, it's not enough of an upgrade over the 2, and I would jump to, like, a completely other model and spend another $200 of it. Like, if I was gonna upgrade from the Mars 2, I'd probably get, like, a Mars Saturn, or look at some of the options from, like, Frozen, you know? Bahamut, good to see you. Sheza, welcome in. The squiggly thing, it's from Jesse Cox. Yeah, that's Ultros. That character that is the squiggly thing, the octopus, and then the tendrils. Those are Ultros from Final Fantasy VI, who is one of the greatest characters in the history of all Final Fantasy games, and I don't care if anyone disagrees with me. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. Larabic, we got a lot of resubs today. Thank you so much. 13 months, we broke that year mark, Larabic. I knew we'd do it one day. How you doing today, man? Sheza loves the Mars 3. See, I'm certain that the Mars 3 is a good machine from everything I've seen about it. A lot of very sensible changes were made, including putting the power button on the front of the machine, which is like, oh my god, that's some Galaxy Brain shit right there. But, I just, like, if I had gotten in when you guys did, because I'm pretty sure Sheza, Negative Charisma, you guys got the Mars 3, like, off of the pre-order pricing, right? If I had gotten in for the pre-order pricing, I probably would have gotten a Mars 3. The current retail pricing is just a bit more. Just a bit more than I'm willing to put out. Wow, Thunderbot, that was a little bit late, huh? Got to play again this weekend, loaned like 1K in Necron. How was the game? How did it go? I'm glad people are out there getting games right now. We got only a couple of games when we had a good Thanksgiving. Hethrir visited. Hethrir, his wife, their kid, they all came out here and we spent some time kind of hanging out and doing some work around the place and drinking. And we did a lot of drinking. We drank more than I thought we were gonna. He brought a bunch of supplies to make White Russians, and they vanished in like a couple hours the first night he was here. It was terrible. But we wound up playing a full-size game of Warcaster Neo Mechanica, and oh my god, that game! Oh my god, it sent me so deep into analysis paralysis. It was terrible. Like, I'm used to playing the skirmish size. The problem is that you have this resource called Arc in Neo Mechanica, and I love it. I think it's great. But you only have 7 Arc, and it does something no matter where it is. You can put Arc on units, and it'll charge them up and make them tougher or activate abilities of theirs. You can... Fuck yeah, to square, you know I am. So I can have the strength to fight like a crow. Ah. What was I saying? Okay. So yeah, you get this resource called Arc, and you get 7 of it. You can put it on units, and they become stronger, or it activates abilities of theirs. You put it on Void Gates, and then you use it to summon units through. You can have it in the pool, and when it's in your pool and you use Fury Ciphers, which are like combat spells, it charges those up and makes them stronger. So you're constantly balancing where your arc is as you play the game, which is one of my favorite mechanics in the game. The problem is that when you go from skirmish size to full size, it doubles the size of your army, but it doesn't change the amount of arc you have, and it doesn't change the amount of units that start deployed on the board. So the first few turns are just like, put all your arc on Void Gates, put all your arc on Void Gates, summon as much as you can, summon as much as you can, just over and over. So you don't really have any arc to do other things with, or you have like 1 or 2. And both trying to get your army on the field when you have 15 units, and also trying to use Fury Ciphers, and also trying to like charge up your Warjacks to use their abilities. Like, oh my god, it was... I think that the ultimate conclusion we landed at was we need to do more of this. We need to play this version of the game more, because I was just like, you know, you could hear the gears grinding and see the smoke start to come out of my ears. It was terrible. And we did go ahead and try recording a game. The good news is all my camera woes have been pretty much worked out. The bad news is my audio completely ate itself alive. So I'm overhauling that right now, and we'll see if we can't get that actually working out there here in the immediate future. I know I keep saying that. I'm like, any day tomorrow we're gonna stream a game. You know what? We're gonna do it when it's ready, and I'm not tech savvy enough to get it right the first, second, or third time around, but we'll get there. Was against Death Guard, shouldn't have used grind and had other mistakes, but did you have fun, though? Did you have fun? I feel that. Figuring out stratagems, protocols, and secondaries, yeah, it's always working out the particulars of your list. I don't really put that much stock into playing at a high level, as long as I have fun, and the game is well balanced enough that a broad understanding of strategy can help me not lose terribly. I generally have a good time. I put too strong of magnets on this little thing, and I was just messing with it. I'm enjoying a little mug of coffee, and then we're going to go ahead and get started painting on these here battlemechs. Should have had the Technomancer to follow the melee around. These are things that just come with playing the same list enough times. There are big brain, like competitive wargamers out there who can look at a list and just tell exactly how everything goes together and get it right the first time. I'm not one of them. They're few and far between, and I don't have the time to devote to it. So Bahamut, we're on the same level, you and I, man. Give it some time. As long as you had fun. As long as you had fun. That's really all. I know that sounds like really stereotypical. As long as everyone had a good time. No, but really, as long as you had fun, man. That's fucking awesome. If you want to play again, if you come out of a game going, I see what I did wrong, I see what I can do better next time, that's a good game to me. You know what I mean? Shock. 15 months. Where does the time go? We're just blowing it right out our asses. Shock. At this point. I play Legion and MCP, so I have played both. I would not say that I currently play Legion or MCP. I've got a pretty good-sized clone android army for Legion at the moment. Making the trip out to the LVO. Guess that's more than those two games, though. LVO is a question mark for me right now. I'm currently trying to nail down my list of cons for 2022 so that I can... Because I'm going to be going to... Okay, you know, assuming that the latest round of COVID variants don't shut a bunch of shit down, which, you know, God willing, then I'm planning on hitting a couple. Yeah, Adepticon is high up on the list, Dr. Rhino. Hopefully I'll have that nailed down soon so I can put it out so I can actually plan to see people. Because there are so many fine folk that I've met through this stream, through Discord, and I'd like to play some games with y'all. Believe it or not, I do play these games from time to time. I'm gonna save that one for when I grab my next drink. What do you say, Bahamut? Fingers crossed. So I take it you're going to LVO, Wildstar. Yeah, LVO sold out a lot of their, like, I wouldn't be able to play in, like, any of the events at LVO. I was originally slated to be at LVO this year for to judge the Legion painting competition. I don't know where that's at right now, because again, everything has been so up, and this has been like the worst few years for wargaming and conventions. Just everything has been so fucking touch and go, and I long for everything to stabilize a little bit. That's good news, Dark Fox, and that's kind of where I'm at with that, is just like, give it, I figure like 2 weeks from the time we discover it, we'll know a lot more information about it. So I'm just kind of like, let's make sure everything's cool. You know, I got my shots, I got my boosters, so if that turns out to be pretty well taken care of, then yeah, I'll head out. I will head out to at least a couple of cons in the next year. Yeah, Adepticon is what, March? I want to say it's coming up. It's not long. But yeah, I think everybody's hoping for good news on that front at the moment. You're supposed to play games with these minis? I know, right? That's what so to Square, do you remember when you opened up the box and there was like a little baggie and there were these weird little things that were like rocks but with numbers on them? Or like pips, little white pips? You're supposed to roll those. That's part of playing the game. I don't know if you knew that. All right. All right, give me just 1 second. Let me grab something else to drink and we'll get started. Alright. I moved that Sanguinius, or as Steel Rebel would call him, Sanguini. I still can't get over that. That went to Hethrir while he was here, and he was absolutely thrilled with it. That was his mini, and he sent it to me to be painted. That was a fun process. Alright. Thoughts on any cubic Viper printer? Dark Malacan, I wish that I could give you thoughts on that particular printer, but I am not familiar with it myself. I have not really looked at it. There may be some people in chat who have a more meaningful opinion on it. We have a lot of 3D printers around here. Or failing that, on the Discord, I'm certain we have someone who has some thoughts on it. But I would be loath to give opinions that are unqualified. Merlin, how you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Dr. Rhino and Merlin Models? Two very, very talented streamers. Do it. Do it because he said no. He doesn't want to be shouted. You know what? Fucking shout him out twice. Alright, we got a couple of mechs to work on. And then we got a couple of vehicles from Metal Core Collectibles that we're also going to be fooling with a little bit, which I think I'm going to work on them first because I want to try a couple of things out. And we'll see how that goes. Get my oil palette. Oh, there's a random Warjack Cortex just sitting on my desk that was invisible because it's silver on white. Joyous. I did a pretty comprehensive desk rearrange and clean over the break, which is helpful. I have a bad habit of letting things get cluttered, and that really slows me down. Frog Rodeo, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Romeo Void, a very good evening to you as well on that 10-month streak. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the resub, Romeo Void. How you doing today, man? Roland, it's good to see you, man. How's things? Right. I'm really just doing my oils right from the tube these days. I know I gave Matt Yee shit over this the first time I saw him doing it, and now I'm just like, I'm right there with him. That's fucking awesome, Roland. I'm glad to hear that. I hope everybody had a decent Thanksgiving if that's something that you do. There are a lot of holidays I just don't kind of do. This is like, whatever. Everybody else goes and does their thing, and I just sort of ignore it. I'm kind of a party pooper like that. If there's a party, I'll poop it. Pulling out a couple of flat brushes here, which I've been trying to use more and more in my lazy oil painting endeavors. Oh, sinus is playing havoc and fog in the brain. I'm sorry to hear that, Merlin Models. Have you ever used those, what are they called? I'm trying to think of the brand name. Frog Rodeo, howdy to you as well. It's really unpleasant to describe, but it's basically, I think Neilmed is the brand that I use. There's other ones. Yeah, kind of like the Neti Pot. It's a little bit more intense than a saline nasal spray. It's like a full sinus flush, where you can like take some distilled water and mix it with like a saline, you know, turn it, basically put salt in it to make it into a saline solution, and then you kind of warm it up, and then you just ram it through your sinuses. It is the most like physically unpleasant thing, but it does absolute wonders. The one I use, like, Neti Pot was, I think, one of the first ones that was marketed. It's like a pot, and you, like, pour it up your nose like this. Neilmed is the brand that I use, and it's more like a little squeeze bottle that goes up your nose. This is a really, like, it doesn't sound good. It sounds awful, but I promise you, it works. So off that my camera unfocused. Let's fix that. Come on. Why? Why would you do that? There we go. Neilmed. Neilmed. As opposed to Neomed. Saw there were competitions to see who could put the most liquid through their sinuses in a set amount of time. To no one's surprise, it was in Japan. They were like, liquids? That's easy. You want a challenge? I'm gonna shove this squid through my nostrils. Japanese are weird, you guys. Where's the brush that I was using before? There it is. Pull that guy out. And that guy out. Gave most of my brushes a pretty good clean over the break, too. They've been needing it. Every now and then you gotta take some time. Take some time and do a little housekeeping. Been told to have a bowl of water, put vinegar in it, put a towel over your head as you lean over it. That could work too. That sounds even less pleasant somehow. My standard disclaimer, don't take medical advice from Twitch streamers, period. Just broadly speaking. I know enough to recommend that shoving saline up your nose might help with your sinuses, but if my advice gets any more in-depth than that, please regard it as entertainment purposes only. Much like everything Lunchbox does. How you doing there? 11 months and hello to you too. Not a real doctor, no. I made that mistake, and now Dr. Rhino has one of my kidneys. Thankfully, I have a spare. I'm amazed you got that much for it. I had abused the crap out of that thing. Or the piss out of that thing, as it may be. Holy moly, Hamburg Tack. Dropping 100 biddies on us, getting things started off on the right foot. Hamburg, how you doing today, man? It is wonderful to see all of you fine people, by the way. On some level, anytime I take a break like I just did, like the most irrational part of my brain that for some reason dictates a lot of what I do kicks in, and it's like, you're gonna come back and everyone's gonna be like, who the fuck is that Thunderhead guy? I'm not gonna watch that stream. We got better things to do. In the last week, we found out that we can have lives. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm glad that in the last week you didn't discover that you have lives. Wait, is that what I'm trying to say? Oh. Thank you. It's having a little trouble tonight, apparently. That should be better. I am going to try for 365 again in 2021, so right now I'm just trying to get into the swing of speed painting again. I slowed my painting down a lot in the last few months. A whole lot to try some new stuff, but we're gonna try to ramp it back up. How was everyone's break, by the way? Did anybody have any big hobby projects over the last week? Make any particularly noteworthy strides or any progress you're excited about sharing? I'm excited to get caught back up. I've been pretty much avoiding social media as much as I could for the last week. It was really just kind of what my brain needed. Still got some of it because it's impossible to avoid completely, but you know. As a result, I'm going to be kind of out of the loop on what everybody's been working on. I need to dig into the showcases and catch back up. Dr. Rhino got me rewatching Attack on Titan, and that just became, like, it was going to be... The idea being, assuming that he still wants to after watching the first arc of the first season, was sort of an analysis of Attack on Titan on an arc-by-arc basis. Which I think is what we're still going to try to do. But I was terrible about waiting. I watched the first arc of Season 1, and I was like, maybe I'll just watch the rest of Season 1, and I did that, and I was like, maybe I'll just watch the first part of Season 2, and then I watched the whole thing, and then maybe just a little bit of Season 3. And I realized I'd never watched Season 3 or Season 4 with the dubs, only with the subs, so I'm doing it with dubs now, and God, I like that show. I really, really do. Got some robots and a couple of tanks painted. Fuck yeah, which robots? Which robots, which tanks? I have to know. Put bits on their intercessors, help the wife put her daughters of Cain together. Hell yeah. The family that paints together. Schmaints together. Right? Right, guys?
I know you're really focused, right? Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Is it really just, like, having trouble focusing tonight for whatever fucking reason? Seems like it's focusing with a really, really shallow depth of field. For some silly reason. Project Dark Fox, welcome back. Merlin Models, thank you so much for the biddies. Got that hype train going. I love a good hype train. I'm sure that our Amazonian Twitch overlords love it too. They're like, yes, feed us. Feed us. Oh my god. Hello to you too, Hamburg. How you doing? Oh my god. Just fire off 10 gift subs, you absolute madman. Hamburg? Thank you so much, dude. I really... Dude, Hamburg, you have been an amazing supporter. I think almost the entire time that I've been streaming. I need to... I wish that in this moment there was something I could do that was stronger than merely thanking you. For all of you, not just the 10 gift subs that you just threw out, which is fucking awesome. Look at all those going out. Oh my god, who just got gift subs? Let me see. We got them going out to Captain Gingerbeard, Doer, Wildstar, Gimishkar, Chen Popo, Negative Charisma, Lonely Sandbar, Dumb Foe, Merlin Models, the ever-present Dr. Rhino, and Furion 5. You fine people at least won't have to watch commercials anymore, which, in my mind, is one of the greatest benefits of having a subscription to any channel, is just not having to watch those damn commercials. I hate them. I hate them so much. You can also make use of our goofy voice commands provided courtesy of Chaotic Harmony, which you can find a list of those down in the About section below the stream window. So go ahead and, you know, have fun with those. Have fun harassing me with the simultaneously pleasant and irritating voice of Chaotic Harmony. People don't need those evil commercials. I agree. Romeo Void firing out a community gift sub, going to JT Kimmel. Oh my god. Keep streaming and providing entertainment to us all. Never leave us. Never leave. Stream forever. That almost sounds like a curse, doesn't it? That's like, it's like the old Chinese one, you know, like, may you live in interesting times. May you stream on Twitch forever. May you be
Welcome
condemned.
back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
You know what we need to do is we need some 50 Shades updated for my newfound love of oil painting. Because I gotta say, I didn't expect to enjoy oil painting as much as I do. But I have truly come to love it. Romeo Void, thank you so much for that gift sub. my god, you guys. You know how to make him. You know how to make a guy feel appreciated around here. And thank you so much for making my first stream back quite so pleasant. And as much as I love, as much as I appreciate the subs and the bits, just remember all I really want is for y'all to just spend a little time with me on these hobbying days, share my love of minis, ask some questions, share your art, have a good time. That's all I'm really after. That and all of your money, but we'll deal with that another time. Yeah, I know, like, what perverted thing has ever been linked to oil of all things? I can't even think. That's just crazy. Project Dark Fox dropping that gift sub over on Data Nerd PDF. Thank you so much, Data Nerd. Enjoy your subscription. I wish that it... I wish Twitch gave me the option to just automatically give channel subs to moderators like it does to bots. Not that my moderators are bots, that's not what I'm saying. They're much better than bots. They cost less. I mean, they're much more adaptable and fine people. Without whom I couldn't possibly run the stream. Yeah, no, I agree though. That's silly. Merlin Models, thank you for the reminder. That's really nickel and diamond at that point, Shock. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. I've been slouching something crazy. Ooh, man. Hype train coming into the station. Guys, thank you so much for that. Oh my god. Hamburg Tack, thank you for all those gift subs. Thank you for giving me that little boost as we come back to Twitch. And also a huge thank you to Romeo Void and Project Dark Fox, and really just everybody. Thanks for being here. No, I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll probably say it 1,000 more, that the ultimate reason that I am here and streaming on Twitch ultimately just comes down to I used to hang out at the game store and just kind of ramble about games a whole lot while I worked on stuff, and then I moved someplace where that wasn't really possible, so this is my replacement. Y'all give me an audience to ramble at, that's all I ever really wanted. Anybody watch anything interesting over the break? On Saturday, we did Fellowship of the Ring Extended Cut on the Discord, which was a good time, and I think we're going to go ahead and continue that through this next month, finishing off Two Towers and Return of the King. If that's something that you're interested in watching the extended cuts with us, where every few minutes I'm pausing it to just completely ruin the movie magic. Because that's what I did. I was like, oh, here's a fourth perspective shot. Let me break down how it was put together for you. It's like watching the crew commentary, but filtered through someone who wasn't there. So obviously much more interesting. Alright. Oh, hello to you as well, Vrenz88. How you doing? Watched all of Netflix's Cowboy Bebop. I'm getting close to actually giving that show more of a chance. A lot of people have said very, very good things about it. Oh, as long as you figured that out to Square. I'm glad that I helped you work that one out. A lot of people have said some pretty good things about Cowboy Bebop. I have seen the shot from the last, 30 seconds where they introduce Radical Ed, which is just, the most unfortunate thing anyone has ever filmed, as far as I can tell. But I also understand that it is the function. It's Cowboy Bebop's functional equivalent of, the Marvel mid-credit teaser. So they've got a chance to take the feedback from that brief segment and rewrite how they're doing Ed, which I think that they should do. I hear that I noticed they rework a lot of stuff from the anime, even if I wasn't a huge fan of the change of venues from Spike's casual hostage disarm from a convenience store to a casino. pretty entertaining enough scene. And what's his name? Mustafa. What's the actor's last name? That dude, his portrayal of Jet Black is pretty great as far as I can tell. I might end up watching it. I don't know. I still need to watch Midnight Mass. That's kind of top of my list right now, because everyone says good things about that. And Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 2 starts like January 9th. I'm really excited for that. Plus, we got some Expanse coming up here pretty soon, don't we? Inside of a month. Mustafa Shakir, thank you. Unexpected, good to see you. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Unexpected? If you're into oil painting, that's definitely someplace you're going to want to be hanging out. December 10th for The Expanse. Yeah, that's coming right up. Is there anyone out there who just, like, hates The Expanse? There has to be some contrarian edgelord out there, he said without an ounce of irony, who has just decided that they hate that show for some stupid reason. Hate that The Expanse is ending. See, I love that The Expanse is ending. These days, I can't stand the perpetual TV show. You know, the ones that had, like, the one good idea, and then they had a successful season, and then it just becomes about, like, how long can we keep this going, and how much money can we make? I have come to truly hate those shows. If you're gonna make a show, I appreciate knowing that it's going someplace and eventually it's gonna have an ending that was intended, an ending that is going to be satisfying in some way. And The Expanse is heading for that, and I'm glad. There's such a thing as too much of a good thing, or rather, it's not a good thing if it really has nowhere to go and nothing to say. Alright, let's throw down some colors on these vehicles. Got some magenta. And some dioxazine purple. Yeah, I watched the first episode of Wheel of Time, and everybody says, oh, the next episodes are better, but... And I said this a bunch when we were watching Fellowship of the Ring on Saturday. Like, we're looking at the, you know, like the sets, the Shire, the Mines of Moria, and everything. The Shire in particular, because there are a lot of similarities between the Shire and Two Rivers. In fact, the first book of Wheel of Time, Eye of the World, is largely based on the Fellowship of the Ring, so the comparisons there are direct. And I'm like, Two Rivers just looks like a cheaply made set. It looks terrible. The design of it, the realization of it, everything about it was just cheap and really unlikable. And yeah, I may need to restart the bot. I saw that, Data Nerd. I'm not sure what problem it's having. And then we go and watch a 20-year-old movie in Fellowship of the Ring, and it's like, this feels so real. It feels so lived in. It feels so... It's just weird to me that 20 years later, Amazon isn't able to get that right. It manages to look so corny, and it fills me with trepidation for the Lord of the Rings themed show that they're working on. Exactly, right. Now, admittedly, that is, you know, largely because in many ways it is a real place. The Shire in the Lord of the Rings movies, they built the sets for it. They say set, they built basically the Shire. and then they planted a bunch of grass and flowers, and then they basically left it alone for a year while they filmed other parts of the movies. And they just let it kind of grow in, and they had people sort of tend it. So when they went back to film the Shire sequences, it essentially was a real place. None of those plants are fake. Which is admittedly, you know, a massive achievement of filmmaking, but it's like, you don't have to do that to have something look decent. There have been, you know, look at Game of Thrones. They didn't do anything that involved, and they still had environments that look better than they do in Wheel of Time. It's wacky. The whole thing is wacky. Where my synthetic brushes go? Here we go. Phalanx number 3. Phalanx number 1, that's what I'm looking for. I can't... it's hard to say. Project Dark Fox. Again, I didn't watch more than the first episode of Wheel of Time, but I finished the first episode of Wheel of Time, and my thought was, I don't want to watch any more of this, so... I don't know that I know that I don't owe them any more than that, and I don't think I will extend myself any further. There's so many other shows that are on to watch right now, and I don't have any room in my heart for mediocre television. Except when I arbitrarily decide that I do, and in this case, I don't. If I'm watching a show and I'm thinking I'd rather be rewatching Deep Space Nine, like, we've got a problem. Can't go wrong with Garrick. I really do love Garrick. Garrick and Bashir have some of the most fun dynamics on that entire show. Now, I felt while watching the new Dune, I'd rather be watching the original Dune. So this is something that I will often watch Red Letter Media's reviews on things, and I don't agree with them on everything, but one of the reasons I like their reviews is that I will often find Jay Bauman saying something, and I'm like, you know, this is like what I felt, but I couldn't put words to it. Like, I wasn't quite able to articulate the feeling as well as he is, though obviously he gets paid more money to do it than I do at this point. One of the things that he said about, they just released a video on their comparison between the original Dune and this one, and one of the reasons that they did a comparison between 1984's Dune and this Dune is that, the new Dune is good. It's good. And it's almost a weakness. Like, it's good. Everything about it is good. It looks good. There's a good job on the good score, good acting, good visual design, good. And as a result, it's like really not very interesting. It's like, yeah, it was good. Like, what else is there to really say about the movie? I enjoyed watching it. I haven't really thought about it that much since I watched it. I had a number of thoughts right afterwards that I kind of processed out of my system when I was talking to Dr. Rhino about it. And past that, I like, it's kind of nothing. It's like, yeah, good job. You know, well done, man. Whereas, like, 1984 Dune, it's, as I've said, like, I think it's one of the worst movies that David Lynch ever made. But I can't forget it. There's so many little images from it, so many funny little moments. There's the amazing soundtrack by Toto. There's, yeah, exactly, Trotsky. I think one of the things Jay said about it, and I'm like, God, you're absolutely right, is like, Hans Zimmer did a good job in the new Dune, but I'm never going to put the new Dune soundtrack on in the background while I do anything. I'm never going to listen to that. I'll listen to Toto, And the pug, yes, MacWeasel. And Patrick Stewart running into battle with like a gun in one arm and a pug like cradled in his jacket. or the truly horrific scene that I think I blocked out where they have Twofer milk a cat so he won't die of poison. What the fuck is that? The Baron Harkonnen like giggling like an idiot and spinning in circles around a steam bath, and then Sting coming out wearing his little like blue spandex G-string thing and just like flexing for the camera. Like, what the fuck am I watching? It's so bizarre. But that bizarreness is what makes the movie fun. And the new Dune is kind of like, yep, I watched it. It was good. That's the end of the conversation. Yeah. No, okay. I don't really like... I know that a lot of people get lost in it because they really, really like Denis Villeneuve's directorial style. I think that Denis Villeneuve has... He has a strong visual style. Like, you can almost always tell when you're looking at a Denis movie. But it's like... I as much as he excels at creating these really evocative visuals... I don't know what he's really trying to say with any of them. I don't really get much out of it. I just get like, oh, that looks good. And that's sort of where it ends. I don't really get much substance when I'm watching them. Interesting visual language, lots of show don't tell, but what he's showing me isn't often all that interesting. And I don't know, people seem to have lost their minds over a couple movies. Now, he has a few movies I haven't seen. I've seen some of his big releases. He's got a couple of smaller movies that might be better. I don't know. Better, Trotsky. Better. I think that's subjective. Like, I'll say that Timothée Chalamet is probably a better Paul Atreides in the way that Paul is written in the books. I really like Kyle MacLachlan, but see, this is the reason that it's so hard for me to compare, is because, like, I can't see Dune 1984 without thinking about all the little David Lynch touches that I like so much in it. And I don't know that that's really fair, but, you know, that's where my brain is. There, probably do something different there. I need to have some white spirits out. I don't know why I don't have any. I don't know. I guess the best, or the most realistic, the most honest thing I can say about the comparison between the Dune movies is I think about and rewatch Dune 1984 periodically, even though I note that it's maybe one of the worst movies David Lynch ever made, and he was the wrong guy to do the job. But it's still interesting to me, and the new one is like, I watched it once, and that's probably going to be it. It's good. It's good. I had little nitpicky problems with it that don't really matter, you know? But past that. Oh, those are too small. Let's go with the size 3. See, pun expected, like... I guess what I've been saying most about that movie right after I first watched it is that the new Dune is like, it's a great companion piece. if you read the book or you watch the 2000 miniseries, which I maintain is my favorite. I've seen The King to square. I like Timothée Chalamet in that. I watched The King because it had Robert Pattinson in it. And, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. It has one of the best depictions of two men in armor trying to kill one another that I've ever seen. It was fairly realistic, except for how long it went on. You know, they say that, WJ. They say that, and I love Jodorowsky's Dune, the whole concept, as much as anything. The cold hard truth is that if he'd really been allowed to do it, it probably would have been a shit show. You look back at how many films that are just like bizarre wastes of money had really ambitious ideas like that behind it. There's coming up with the idea and then there's doing it. Yeah, it was a shit show even though he didn't get to do it. That's a good point. Alright, a little bit of Payne's Gray for the wheels. Probably do the same for the treads. Yeah, let me reconnect the bot. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Disconnect, reconnect. Give that a minute and see if it gets any better. I'm not sure why it's having that delay. I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to watch it. I'm just saying that, like, I caution against looking at Jodorowsky's Dune and going, it would be great. It probably wouldn't have been. But it probably would have been something. Like, David Lynch's Dune isn't great, but it's something. It's interesting. And interesting, like, one of the worst things a movie can be is boring. And there's a certain amount of polish that can go down on a movie that just makes it kind of boring. And I maintain with the new Dune, pun expected, I fucking, like, I like almost everything that they did until they get to the scene where Paul is, like, a Power Ranger for some reason, and then I'm just like, oh, what am I watching? That made me feel bad about the potential for the next movie, because I'm like, oh, is this what's gonna happen? The Fedaykin are all gonna be fucking Power Rangers? Oh, shit. Oh, that's no good. And I maintain, that is no good. I thought one of the coolest scenes in the movie was when the Sardaukar drop in on their little suspensor grab harnesses to attack them at the planetologist station, and the Fremen just come up out of the sand in their still suits. Like, that was a great scene. I was into it. Let me go ahead and attach the turret, since I'm not going to bother with making it rotate. I kept it separate for painting purposes up to this point, but now it doesn't need to be. I just, I don't like the idea of making the Fedaykin all into Power Rangers with Iron Man helmets. That's a bad move, in my opinion. I don't know. Like I said, it's like it's a little bit boring to even talk about at this point, because it's like, what is there to say? I think I've already said everything I possibly can, and it amounts to, it's good. Give it a watch. You'll enjoy it as a companion piece. If you're interested in Dune, go watch the 2000 miniseries or read the book. You'll get a more complete version of the story. The 2000 miniseries, by the way, is available in its entirety on YouTube right now. You can go watch it. Hour-and-a-half long episodes, 3 episodes. Watch it with it in mind that something that's important to remember is it was shot and released in the 2000s, and we had terrible TVs back then. It was never really meant for high definition, so when you notice things like, this set looks kind of crappy, try to go easy on them. Watch it like you're watching a stage play, and I think you'll have more fun with it. Ian McNeice does a great job as the Baron Harkonnen. I officially say that name both ways, because when I grew up playing Dune 2, it was always Harkonnen, and then as soon as I watched the 2000 miniseries, it was Harkonnen, and I've never been able to decide which one I like better. I always said Harkonnen when I was younger. I'll let that set, then I can do a little bit of detailing on it. On to the next one. Hot Wheels anime done by Trigger. Ooh. Ooh. Like I said, I've been rewatching Attack on Titan. Just kind of kept going. I'm watching the dubs, which I had never watched the dubs for Season 4, for the first part of Season 4. They're actually pretty excellent. I think they got better as the show went on. Supposed to be a bit more charismatic, restrained, and subtle. I didn't really get that from, like, to a degree. I think that you're right, WJ, but in my reading of the book, Baron Harkonnen was fairly ostentatious and charismatic. He was less of a... Like, I think that the version of his suspensor harness in the 2000 miniseries was also one of the better versions of it, because he doesn't really use it to fly around through the air or high in the air as much as he does in either of the movies. He tends to hover a little bit above the floor, which he was never described in the book, as I remember, as really like flying around or making a big deal of his suspension harness. It was more like just to assist his walking. And he wore lots of fine clothing and the like. I also think he was more Machiavellian in the miniseries. Ian McNeice definitely brought a lot of theatricality to the role, but he does that with everything he's in. But at the same time, you have to love David Lynch's classic line, "Bring me that floating fat man." I'm trying to think if there are any movies coming out that I'm really excited to watch right now. Not many. The great fear of the film companies is that as we stay home more and more, we'll forget about all their marketing, and I think it's happening to me. Something like Spider-Man movie that's coming out. It's coming out only in theaters to start with, so I've just kind of written it off. Like, I'll watch it when I can watch it at home. M. Simona, the bot is being really, really slow tonight. I apologize for that. It's never done this before. I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm gonna restart the whole thing. I disconnected and reconnected it, but that didn't help, so I'm just gonna restart it. It's being a pain. Hopefully it won't start on the monitor behind my head. That would be inconvenient. Oh, of course it is. Here, let's drag it over here. It says it is connected. TwitchBot says it's connected. Would someone try a bot command and see if it has actually improved at all? It's never had delays like this before. Okay. There, that worked. The other ones aren't working. Why did one command work and the other one's not? Frustrating. I'm not sure what the issues are with the bot tonight, folks. I'm sorry. It's going to be behaving a little twitchy. I'll try to get that fixed up.
You're going to get stuffed in a box.
Oh, now it's going. Okay. I literally have no idea what I'm talking about, apparently. That's also possible. Who could possibly be pissed about this magenta? It's such a lovely color. I'm gonna let it kind of sit and cure on all these guys for a while, then come in with some yellow to highlight it. Zhuzh it up a little bit. Maybe give it a bit of an oil wash with like a Prussian blue after the fact. We shall see. So this is, this particular magenta is just the Winsor & Newton Winton oil color magenta. Command you to print me an urban mech and send it to me via FedEx. Bot, go! I believe in you, bot. You've never executed a command that complex before, but I believe in you. Gotta push it to the limit. If only I could rig the bot in to, like, control my resin printer. Then I'd really be onto something. I mean, you can say that all you want, CO6 operator, because that's not our priority. If I were concerned with painting my models in manly colors, well, I'd probably be doing something other than painting tiny models. I ask you, what is manlier than not giving a fuck what your opponent thinks, huh? Huh? That's one of the reasons I like it so much, Hamburg Tack. Purples are, yeah, they are traditionally royal or imperial colors, largely because at the time that would have mattered, their dyes were among the most expensive and the most difficult to fix. So it would be purely a matter of, haha, I have this and you don't. I've always liked the color scheme of the First Free Worlds Guard, which is what we're working on here. Alright, on to some sprinter tanks. Take the ugliest robot, paint it pink. What is the ugliest robot? What do you think is the ugliest mech in all of Battletech? I like the ugly mechs. I've always thought that the Orion is among the ugliest, and that's kind of why I like it. Those aren't House Carino tanks? Yes, we're shipping these tanks out to Shaddam IV. The Annihilator. That's a good pick. The Annihilator is a hideous son of a bitch. And I don't think there's been any rendition of the Annihilator that isn't pretty hideous. The Grand Titan. Well, I mean, there's a lot of mechs, so there would be a lot of contenders. The Grand Titan's an interesting choice. I never thought of the Grand Titan as all that ugly. It's not pretty, but it's not like a hideous mess or anything like that. The Night Sky. I always thought the Whitworth was pretty butt ugly. Orion's my pick, WJ, for one of the ugliest mechs. The Orion is just, and don't get me wrong, I love the Orion, but it is a butt ugly mech. It's all lopsided and goofy looking. It's a tricky category, saying what is the ugliest mech. I think just because there are so many mechs in Battletech, particularly with all these years in the rear view. You can pick out mechs from... And, like, by the way, I should have said, nobody pick out anything from the Dark Age, because that's just fucking cheating. Every mech was ugly in the Dark Age. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing today, man? Vulcan, yeah, Vulcan's pretty ugly. Vulcan is a real goofy-looking mech. Firestarter 1st through 3rd, that's a good pick, too. The Firestarter looked pretty terrible before some of its more modern renditions. I feel like doing purple down the side on these skirt plates would be too much. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave that. I like the MechWarrior Online Crab, Gimishkar. I think it's one of the better versions of the Crab, honestly. Gonna paint some 6mm Sardaukar to go with these tanks. I'll tell you what I've been doing, Roland, that might please you, and I don't know if or when this is gonna manifest, but I've been working on more human 28mm size figures lately. I've got a couple that I've sort of worked up real basic just to learn, like, posing and how to break them up for multi-part printing and everything. And I have turned my eyes to the old designs from Dune 2, the real-time strategy game, and some of the designs from David Lynch's Dune. I was looking at the Harkonnen troops in Dune recently and thinking, like, you know, they're actually pretty cool. You got, like, the gas masks on with the two tubes coming back across their shoulders, and then they have, like, those big rotary cannons that they carry around. And the heavy infantry, yeah. And for that matter, the Sardaukar with their weird little, like, triangular Boba Fett-style visors and the missile launchers that are built right into the shoulders of their armor. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not, but I like the idea of it. Also, it's something that I think literally no one else has really done. I've seen one person who modeled one tank from Dune 2. That is the only example that I have seen. The Buzzsaw tank, yeah. Emperor Battle for Dune was a solid game. I played the shit out of that game. No. I smudged some purple on here, which means I just have to do it all in purple now. Whoopsies. Once this has a chance to set, I think the highlights are going to punch it up quite a lot. Oh shit, I don't know which turret goes with which tank. Well, I'm going to leave them off for right now until I can figure that out. Manro Fasol dropping that 18 months of subscribing. Manro, thank you so much for the support, my friend. How you doing today, dude? It's good to see you. Did you have a good break? It's still, like, burned into my head, Langwin. Now, 3 houses fight for control of Dune. The noble Atreides. And the ornithopters all... It, like, hits the... Like, the bullets hit the camera. The insidious Ordos. It shows their little, like, rocket tanks firing. And the evil Harkonnen. That game was the shit. People don't really, I think, people don't appreciate how much that game shaped the environment that would later create the modern real-time strategy game. Like, I don't think Command & Conquer would exist the way that it did without Dune 2 coming beforehand. I mean, they're both from Westwood, obviously. And then, like, that really bad voice over that they did for the Emperor. The house that produces the most spice will control Dune. The planet Arrakis, known as Dune, home of the spice, melange. I played that game before I read the book. The Inkvine catapult. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. You could have, like, Ixian Tleilaxu face dancers and shit. Because, like, I think I remember you could buy Ixian units from the Chom installation. Could you not? I vaguely remember that. Gus Schultz, how you doing, man? I need to get some pictures posted of that fucking mini you sent me, man. Gus Schultz recently did a paint job on my derelict Shadowhawk / Dugram, and I'm very, very excited to get some pictures taken of that and posted. He did a fantastic job on it, and introduced me to an interesting way of doing cockpit glass. Very labor-intensive one that yields some very interesting results. Something I'm meaning to try on something. It's been a long time since I've played any of those games, including, like, Dune 2000 or Emperor Battle for Dune. Both of those games were a lot of fun. Oop, missed a spot. The bot was talking shit about you earlier. The bot was coming for you, man. The bot's gonna take your job here any minute. How you doing, Kursala? I would totally play a remaster of Dune 2, but yeah, as I understand it, like, that's probably lost in licensing hell at this point. I can only imagine that there are a bunch of people vying for control. Ironically, as the great houses vie for control of Dune, I imagine now there are companies vying for control of the Dune licensing rights to profit as much as they can off of the... I don't know what's going to happen with the Denis Villeneuve franchise, which apparently it's going to be. They got approved for a second movie. I feel like it might just peter out entirely. People might just forget about it, which would be kind of interesting to me considering how much hype there was around it. People already aren't really talking about it very much, which doesn't bode great for how recently it came out. Speaking of Shadowhawks, two Dune series in production. See, I hadn't even heard of it. Making Dune-themed forces for Hardware. Dale, over at Hardware Studios, produced a pretty fucking excellent ornithopter that I keep meaning to print out, but my printers have been in a state of flux, so I don't have any yet. I have the files for it. This is the funny thing about it, too, is it's not even like the movie gave us these amazing new redesigns of things. What it gave us are fairly classic redesigns of things that we had just never seen realized all that well. The ornithopter from the Dune movie that just came out is very similar to just how it was described in the books, and thus very similar to, like, the ornithopter from Dune 2, which came out in the early 90s. It's not really terribly different. It's just done with good special effects is all. Dude will be as all-consuming as everyone swore Avatar would be. Yeah, that went fucking nowhere. When is Avatar 2 coming out? Never? Who gives a shit? No one? Yeah. Oh. Data nerd. Oh, thank you, Saul. This is my own model. I don't want to say... I keep saying things like, it was my design. This is not my design. This is the original design from Fang of the Sun Dougram that got adapted into the Shadowhawk. It is my model that I made from scratch, but I couldn't rightly say that it's my design. That's crazy. All credit for this design goes to Kunio Okawara, the Japanese designer who's still out there designing giant robots. Laying some burnt umber into the cockpit glass, because I'm going to build yellow up in there. I'm not going to get these guys done tonight, but as long as I'm sitting down and making progress, that is the whole point of this stream. As long as I'm sitting down 3 times a week and working on something, baby, we're making progress. Ubisoft announced an Avatar open-world game. Who even remembers the movie 12 years out? Yeah, like, People didn't even really like Avatar when it came out. Addressing the subject of colors and camo in military vehicles, I don't care. Hang on, let me fix. Is my camera gonna focus on my face? It'd be nice if it did. Hey, there we go. I just like I like bright colors. I like bright colors on my tanks. There are considerations that have to be made. Some people prefer camouflage patterns on their minis. This goes for 6mm, 28mm, Space Marines, tanks, Imperial Guard, you know, whatever. One of the reasons in old 40k I was always really attracted to playing Space Marines is because they always had really bright colors. And I like bright colors on the tabletop. They look better. It's easier to tell as a player what is where. I really like distinct colors. If you lean too heavy into camo and then you use a bunch of vegetation or something, it does its job and you start to lose track of where the unit is. And if I'm playing a game, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I prefer bright colors because at the end of the day, if I'm playing in a universe where the core conceit is somebody says, hey, what if a tank stood up on 2 legs? We have already completely fucking thrown plausibility out the goddamn window because battlemechs themselves make 0 sense as weapon systems. Not only could we not build battlemechs, essentially ever, barring the invention of nonsense Element X technology like Myanmar and Neuro helmets, not only could we not build them, even if we could, they'd be basically useless. So when it comes down to a question of how practical is this, my answer is I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care at all. I cannot care. I've tried. I've given it an effort. I can't do it. It doesn't matter. It is purely rule of cool at this point. M. Simona, thank you so much for the Prime sub. We will have battlemechs one day. We won't, Seal 6 Operator. I'm sorry to be the person to tell you this. It's never going to happen. While I'm raining on your various parades, I'm just going to tell you also, we're never going to have manned starfighters. There is no version of the future where we build starfighters and we put people in them. All these amazing things that we thought up that we thought would be so cool, we will never ever get them. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one who has to tell you this. But they're gonna live in our imaginations. There is not one goddamn thing a battlemech can do that a tank can't do better, cheaper, or more reliably. Not one damn thing. Don't get me wrong, I love them. I love me some giant robots or I wouldn't be here. But I'm just saying, if you find yourself saying, well, that's not very realistic, just stop. Just stop. Yeah, Languin, I don't really consider that to be, like, you know, what real use is that? You can wave your hands in the air and come up with some pocket scenarios where it's like, well, a mech could do this one thing, but it's like, yeah, but you know what else can do that? Aircraft? Like, it can climb mountains. We can fly over mountains. What exactly is a mech gonna do that a squadron of helicopters isn't gonna do better in that scenario? And again, cheaper, more reliably. The fundamental problem, well, I mean, there are a lot of problems with the notion of battlemechs, but one of the biggest problems is that complex machines break. And there are very few mechanisms that you can design for locomotion more complex than human legs. You don't want your machines to have human legs. There are so many failure points. There are so many things that can go wrong. And if one tiny piece of it goes wrong, the entire system becomes totally unusable. And then if you ask someone to repair it in the field, no, that's not even remotely about to happen. Treads on tanks, wheels, axles, these things can be repaired or replaced in the field. and they're rugged enough to survive combat. The only reason battlemechs make sense in Battletech is because we invent things like Myanmar and various nonsensical types of armor that don't exist in real life. Again, don't get me wrong, I love them, but they're nonsense. In fact, one of my favorite things about the anime that this mech comes from, Fang of the Sun Dugram, is that they deal with some of the truths of what they call combat armor in that universe. Like the question of, how could they stand up if they're putting that much pressure on the ground? There's a whole segment of the show where the Dugram, which is this mech, is completely outclassed by a series of four-legged mechs. Because it's fighting in the desert, and they have these big, wide feet that's able to spread their mass across a huge surface area, whereas the Dugram does not. So when it's trying to fight them in sand dunes, its feet are constantly slipping, and it's falling down into the sand over and over, and they're just able to skim around on it and just completely outclass it. A Shadowhawk weighs less than an Abrams, and it distributes that weight across a tiny amount of surface area compared to an Abram. I don't think that's even remotely true. Roland, the feet on the bottom of a Shadowhawk compared to an Abrams treads? And the weight of a Shadowhawk is, again, dependent entirely on us accepting that they have magical materials that weigh less. So the answer ultimately becomes, if you're willing to accept magic, yeah, they're great. And if you're not, not so much. This is the truth of most sci-fi, though. M. Simona, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. This is the truth of a lot of sci-fi that we have to accept is... At some point, most sci-fi writers have to wave their hands in the air and go, we developed a magical technology that makes this possible, stop arguing with me. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Most science fiction is based on, we discovered element X, and that made faster than light possible. Or we discovered element Z, and that made super light armor possible. It's just a storytelling device, and ultimately it's about the rule of cool, because I promise you when battlemechs were being thought up, nobody was thinking like, this is a practical war machine that we should totally build. Because if they had really been thinking that, they probably would have been engineers instead of game designers. What they were thinking was, wouldn't it be fucking awesome if a tank stood up? And someone went, that's impossible, and they went, element X, shut up. Rule of cool, and you know what? They are cool. How you doing, Happy Heretic? It's good to see you, man. But I've harped on my battlemechs don't make any sense argument quite long enough by now, I think. You all know my feelings on the matter. And honestly, like completely honestly, the unrealism of battlemechs is one of the things that attracts me to them in a war setting. I don't really like realistic war games. I don't like historical war games, like Bolt Action and Flames of War, stuff like that. And I know that I'm probably, if not alone, obviously there's a huge contingent of people that do, but I don't like imagining real war. Because real war is terrible. Real war is awful. Real war is the worst. And the more realistic it is, kind of the less interested I am in it. But these fantastical scenarios where these things definitely could never happen, I'm much more able to let my imagination go with them. Because they can't happen. It's not even remotely possible. So I don't have to, on any level, consider any real-world implications. Would I want to really pilot a battle mech in war? Fuck no! That'd be terrifying! I would shit my pants! I think most people would. Yeah, I'm in a big robot, and that's cool. So's he, and he has a big gun, and he's probably gonna kill me. Like, I don't want to do that. That seems awful. Pass. But in the context of playing a silly game that's mostly built around the narrative, yeah, sure, I'm into it. And then when people ask me to play like Bolt Action or Flames of War or whatever, and I play it, I'm always, and this is just because I'm kind of like a morbid person, I'm always thinking about like, this is a real thing. Like people drove these tanks, people killed each other in these tanks, and it was awful. I like Heavy Gear. Heavy Gear's a cool setting. Heavy Gear is largely based on the anime Armored Trooper Votams. Which, if you haven't watched it, is definitely worth watching. I'm not actually a giant fan of the story of at least the first run of Armored Trooper Votams, but the animation's great, the concepts are a lot of fun. Don't want to borrow my 12th Panzer Division Army for Flames of War? Pass. I did try to do the whole historical wargaming thing for a while. It's just not for me. I don't judge anybody who's into it, except for some very particular people that I met when I was doing it, but it's just not my preferred game, you know? The red shoulders, yeah, that's a classic color scheme, too. God, that just gave me, like, PTSD flashing back to Kiriko in the ship when they keep playing the red shoulders theme over and over and over again, and it starts to drive him crazy. Yeah, that's like, but Saul, that's like, you know, weird War I alternate history stuff, and I find that more tolerable in a big way. The German army painting it hot pink. I can respect that. His little mohawk in purple, too. I guess it's like an intake or a sensor array or something, but it's like a little mohawk. A manly German army, with manly colors like pink. I maintain, as far as that, that's not a good conversation to have, first of all. It's not one that I'm really going to promote. So then comparison of things like that is just, it's silly fundamentally, but as my last thought on the matter, I would just propose that there are a few things in this world quite as manly and masculine as doing what you want and not giving a shit what people think about it. So, purple mechs. Suck it. Shh, Kursala. Don't call me out like that. Alright. Slap down a bit more. My Payne's gray on some of these components here. Get them nice and dark. It's an interesting subject, Dark Malik. It's, I think that there is a conversation to be had about the fact that most understandings of, like, masculine and feminine, as far as colors and hobbies and things like that go, are almost entirely modern, almost entirely limited to a very particular set of cultures, and almost entirely based on marketing campaigns from the last century. But, this can arguably be a bit of a heavy topic. Me, personally, in my life, I have let go of all consideration of what people consider to be manly. Because I just, you know what? I don't care. I just don't give a shit. Cadmium green's a hell of a paint. Don't lick the cadmium paint, folks. Yeah, and that's good thinking, too, to Square. It's like, particularly when you read about, like, in the books, when they're like, oh, I picked up the mech signature on my sensors. I'm like, is painting it dark green really going to stop that from happening? I don't think so. I mean, at a certain point in history, the color that you wear is going to have a lot more to do with how much money you have than any sort of cultural significance. Or rather, the cultural significance of a color is going to be a direct reflection of how expensive it is. Carbonic acid. 19 months. Big stompy robots on this channel. Is it 2019? Oh, everybody's got the jokes. Everybody's got the jokes. How you doing, Carbonic Acid? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, we're just kind of fudging our way through some simple paint jobs as I continue to figure out how I want to do these guys. Just laying down these colors. I'm going to let them cure for a little while, do some quick highlighting, and probably call these paint jobs done. When I got into wargaming, I definitely fretted more. That's the thing, I understand the viewpoint, because I fretted. Fretted is the best word I can put to it. I fretted over things like realistic colors and camouflage and yada yada yada. And the longer I've done it, the more I've played the games, the more I've painted models, the less I've cared, and the more I've just moved towards, just if the colors look good. If they're colors that I like and they look good in combination, then I'm happy. And anything past that, I'm just not really concerned with. It's all about context. I think you're right. I think that you're absolutely correct. And here's the thing, like, I'm never going to come to somebody who's painting models or mechs in a quote realistic way and go, you're wrong to do that. Because that's what they like. When somebody paints a bunch of camo on mechs and they're like, does this look cool? Like, I never really liked camo on mechs, but it's something that they wanted to do, so I try to judge it objectively. There aren't really any wrong answers to be had, you know? And for me, the context is, I want to be able to easily identify my units on the tabletop when I'm standing 3 to 5 feet away. And that to me says bright colors. But again, I come from the school of 90s Space Marines when everything was bright colors. It used to be a piece of lore for the orcs in Warhammer 40k that they particularly liked fighting Space Marines, not only because they put up a good fight, but because they had brightly colored pieces of armor that the orcs could claim and use to decorate their, like, war buggies. I always thought that was hilarious. And that was also thematic for me with Space Marines, because I always looked at it as, like, it's the same reason that I always liked Imperial Star Destroyers, you know, from Star Wars. There's lots of reasons to like Imperial Star Destroyers. But it's why it always bugged me a little bit when I saw people, when I was playing, like, Armada, they'd paint a bunch of colors on their Star Destroyers, and they'd put, like, Imperial cog wheels on them and stuff. And in my head, the reason that upset my headcanon was, like, I don't feel like the Empire doesn't put their symbol on things. The Empire doesn't paint a bunch of designs on the Star Destroyers and put, like, we're the Galactic Empire on the front. Because the fact that it's a Star Destroyer tells you everything you need to know. They don't have to advertise. They don't have to say, hey guys, the Empire's coming. Because a Star Destroyer shows up. And you're like, oh god, oh no. Oh, there's literally one group in the galaxy that can even afford these fucking things. And they're not trying to hide. They're showing up and declaring themselves as loudly as they can. Sumatha, how's it going, man? I'm sorry. Chat's moving a little bit tonight. I'm trying to get some painting done. I didn't mean to miss you, bro. Like the white armor on Stormtroopers. You think Stormtroopers are... it always threw me a little bit when I saw, like, Stormtroopers and camo patterns from the EU. I'm like, why are Stormtroopers hiding from anyone? They don't hide. They show up, they declare themselves, they declare their intentions, and they rely on pure fucking intimidation and numbers to take you down. Yeah, if there was literally anyone else in the galaxy using Imperial-class Star Destroyers, maybe they'd put colors on them? Maybe? Oh, come on, Roland. Sardaukar are amazing troops, and Stormtroopers are canonically terrible. What about the Snowtroopers then? That doesn't count, Vergadarung. They were incidentally whites. They were not camouflaging themselves in the snow. They just happened to already wear white. Don't pull that shit on me. Sardaukar versus Mandalorians. That is infinitely more interesting. Because they're both culturally warriors. I'd have to think about that one. I don't know. Probably Sardaukar. Because the Mandalorians are like an actual people. They are... Well, okay. Here's the thing. To actually answer that question... you'd have to answer certain other questions, like what era of Mandalorians are we talking about? Are we talking about Old Republic Mandalorians? Are we talking about New Republic Mandalorians? Are we talking about Satine era? Are we talking about Mandalore the Great era? Are we talking about Mandalore the Reclaimer? These are all very different eras of Mandalorian. Sorry, Mandalore the Redeemer. Was it the Reclaimer or the Redeemer? Sardaukar versus Clone Troopers. Clone Troopers, there's more of them. And I would think that clone troopers would have military training roughly on par with Sardaukar. I'm not going to count the Clone Wars as indicative of their actual battlefield tactics, because that is representative of the writers having no understanding of battlefield tactics, and not how they were written. Slime Arbo wins. Well, yeah, he wins everything. Project Dark Fox has the right answer, but it's also the least interesting answer. Yeah, Project Dark Fox right now is the guy who comes into the conversation when you're like, who's gonna win? We're gonna... Darth Nihilus is gonna get in a sword fight with Samuel L. Jackson. Who would win? And someone always comes in and goes, well, neither one would win because they're both fake, you nerds. Yeah, that's PDF right now. What the fuck kind of question is that, Roland? What are you talking about? Or mega corporations, what would their markets be? Fishing and growing tubers. They'd grow lots of tubers on Geedy Prime. I don't fucking know. Exporting potatoes. You know? Boil them, mash them. Stick them in a spice stew. Star Wars is fake. I thought it was a fucking documentary. Oh my god. The video on YouTube that comprises every war crime the Republic committed in the Clone Wars is hilarious. I don't think I've seen that one, Meridian. Yeah, Fat Man harnesses. The futuristic version of, like, the hover-round scooter. You know, like a suspensor harness. This is the dumbest conversation. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Supernaut? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. You caught me slouching real bad there. It's not fake, it just happened in a different galaxy. A long time ago. Fucking Star Wars. Why did I watch Star Wars Episode 9? Like, what drove me to actually do that? I don't think I'll ever know. You know what's fucked up is I actually kind of like Star Wars Episode 9. I say kind of like because there are whole parts of it that I really enjoyed. Starts by saying factually, it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. There's got to be a statement of it being factual. Yeah, obviously, Sumitha, they're not allowed to lie in movies. They'd get sued. Boredom or alcohol? You know, it was shortly after I rewatched Alien Resurrection. So maybe the answer is masochism. It didn't hurt as much as Alien Resurrection did. So maybe it was empowerment, you know? Like, if I'm gonna hurt this bad, I will have done it to myself on purpose. Sort of taking control. Well, kick back, Supernaut. Have a brewski. Unexpected, the new Dune could have used a lot of things, man. Almost any better explanation of the story would have probably been good. Have hope for the Filoniverse to course correct. Yeah, I can feel you on that one, Meridian. Between Filoni and, what's his name? Happy Hogan. Fuck. What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? I can see his face. I can see his stupid face. Favreau. Thank you, Jon Favreau. Yeah, between those two, like, that's the thing. Star Wars is going to be tolerable under their leadership and under their direction. I just don't think it's going to be very interesting. But I feel like that's mostly just me at this point. Like, I've changed too much to really be that into Star Wars anymore. So that's just personal. Almost all Sony movies suck ass now. I'm sorry, was there a point at which Sony movies were really good? Can you name some really good Sony movies for me? No, I haven't seen Venom 2. Unfortunately, these days, I'm just kind of, like, dead inside, you know? I can't bring myself to watch almost anything that isn't just, like, slow drama. For whatever reason, that still rings true with me. Let me go watch Marriage Story again. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. You know what, Langwin? That's a deep cut. And I'm going to give you a hot take here. I still like The Spirits Within. It has nothing to do with Final Fantasy. Well, you know, even Final Fantasy doesn't have anything to do with Final Fantasy when it's being done right, because it's always been completely unique stories, utterly disconnected from one another. But I rather liked The Spirits Within, even when it came out. As far as being its own unique story, it had some truly interesting ideas in it. Were those Sony, Supernaut? I guess I didn't realize that. If that's true, then I will give them the Raimi Spider-Man movies. Spider-Man 1 and 2 by Sam Raimi were both excellent. Not perfect, but excellent, and a lot of fun. You can tell that people liked them, too, because that's what's getting people hyped up on the new Spider-Man movies, that we're going to get to see Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus again. Who doesn't want to see Alfred Molina's Doc Ock again? He was great. That's okay, Kursala. You're wrong about a lot of things. We don't judge you. Everybody wanted out of that movie, Dark. Sam Raimi wanted out of that fucking movie. He, like, intentionally tanked it because they wouldn't... They told him they were gonna cancel his shit after that. So he just made an awful movie as a big fuck you. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, they're multiversing it, though, WJ. It really doesn't matter. I still enjoy watching Spider-Man 2. Look pretty goofy going back and watching him. Nearly Batman and Robin level set. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not say anything we can't take back, pun expected. That's pretty harsh. Batman and Robin? Holy shit, dude. Raimi brought that unique super cornball Raimi energy to his Spider-Man movies, and I personally found it very endearing. The way he would periodically cut to some, basically an extra, just screaming their head off. Or like in 2, when Dr. Octopus is climbing the building, and this woman just runs directly at the camera, just screaming into it. I'm like, this is delightful. It's so corny. It's Spider-Man! Everyone look! I'm like, yeah, this works. Subway scene with the normies defend Spider-Man, that's a great one. Yeah, for that matter, Happy Heretic, in the first movie they had another scene like that is my favorite scene in the movie. When Green Goblin flies at Spider-Man with the blades on his Goblin glider out, his Bat glider, going to stab him, and he gets hit in the head with like a pipe and he veers off, and there's just a bunch of New Yorkers on the bridge, and they're like, what, you gonna pick on a guy trying to help a bunch of kids? You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. I'm like, this is a great scene. It's a delight to watch. I'm just gonna do his whole gun in this color. A bunch of mooks throwing bricks at a supervillain going, what are you, some kind of asshole? I also like Willem Dafoe's line in that scene. He's like, this is why only fools are heroes. You never know when some lunatic will come along with a sadistic choice. And yep, that is in fact the scene we're watching. Congratulations. I appreciate your self-awareness. That's a bizarre scene, Gimishkar. Finish it! Finish it! But you know, those scenes stick with you. That movie sticks with you because it's fun. The ones that take themselves seriously, the ones that are trying to be good movies, trying to send a message, whatever the hell it is, your Captain Marvels. Like, who gives a shit? Who remembers anything that happened in that movie? It is a very New York reaction, yeah. Like a cabbie with a brick taking on a supervillain, right? No. Amazo's a different character, Langwin. He played Green Goblin. That's as long as I can go without blinking. That was too much for me. Yeah. Sorry, that was terrible. I think Batman Begins is my favorite superhero flick. Either that or the first Iron Man. Yeah, the first Iron Man was pretty great. The first Iron Man is great in context, though. The first Iron Man movie is great in the context of we'd never had anything quite like it before. There's still disappointing elements of it, like the fact that he just fights a bigger Iron Man, played by the dude. But that wasn't really the point of that movie. That was, you know, the origin story that worked so damn well. It was good before they did it like 10 more times. And then it got kind of boring. But by then we had a Marvel Cinematic Universe. What's up, Bipper Ben? How you doing, man? Alright, Defoe in the Lighthouse. Oh my god, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. You come in here talking about the fucking lighthouse just got me like... And the farts! The goddamn farts! If I had a steak... A big bloody steak, oh boy. I'd fuck it. I realize for those of you who haven't seen The Lighthouse, that particular line probably didn't make you want to see it more. But I do recommend the film. Really? You didn't like it, Langwin? I found that the Lighthouse is generally fairly accessible for most people. It's a very artsy-fartsy kind of movie, but as far as films of its style go, it's a fairly accessible one. I can understand not liking it, though. There's a lot to that movie, and it very much rides on the strength of its performances. And if you don't enjoy the performances, you're not going to get much out of it. That, and there's a lot of allegorical shit in it. Thought I was watching Cold Skin. That's what I'm not familiar with, Langwin. Alright, leave that be. Give him a quick touch-up. Some umber along the cockpit glass. Let those colors cure. No, that's not even a good fucking imitation of Pattinson's line, ever been. Why would you do such a thing? I know I've said it a million times. I'm gonna say it one more time, guys. I am excited as hell for Robert Pattinson's Batman. It might wind up being a pile of shit. I can't say that it won't be, but I can say that if the material is good, which based on Matt Reeves' history, it will be, Robert Pattinson has the chops. He has the chops to deliver a killer performance, and I'm excited to see it. Alright, same treatment on this guy. I'll just start with this so I don't forget to do it. Riot Sister, how we doing?
Hello there.
Welcome in. It's gonna be different from Bale's Batman, I think, Supernaut. Bale's Batman is... I don't know. I can't say I don't like Bale's Batman, because I do, but... Bale's Batman was very Iron Man-y, in that a lot of what he did was just based on fist fighting and having cool gadgets, and then it was sort of a kind of a crime drama, sort of a personal drama. Matt Reeves has done a really excellent job with previous projects, and he has said that his intent is for his Batman to really reflect specifically the moniker of world's greatest detective. So I'm really looking forward to a Batman movie that plays out a little bit more like a, like a noir film. And if he delivers that, it's going to be different. All the Batman movies have been different. All the Batmen have been different. I have immense respect for Christian Bale as an actor. I think that Christian Bale played a great Bruce Wayne. I don't know that his Batman was all that great. It became more ridiculous the more time went on. Once, like, you know, ugh, I'm not wearing hockey pants. Every time I speak, I'm doing this. I am the Batman. And then by the time we got to the third movie and Bane was involved, like, it was genuinely cartoonish. But his Bruce Wayne was excellent. There's a lot to love in Bale's movies, but I think that there's more we can get out of the character yet. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't really view them as in competition with one another. You know? Give me something like a Frank Miller Batman for a change of pace. Pun expected, don't wish for that, dude. Don't wish for that. You know what happened the last time somebody tried to grant your wish? We got fucking Batman versus Superman. I don't think that Hollywood is capable of translating Frank Miller's bizarre Elseworlds Batman into anything even remotely palatable. You know, Seal 6 Operator is the thing. Like, that's a tricky one. I always liked how, I mean, you know, I liked everything that Kevin Conroy did with Batman, but I thought that his balance between the Bat voice and the Bruce Wayne voice was a good one. It was fairly subtle. And my favorite detail about Kevin Conroy's rendition of Batman, and specifically the Bat voice, because he kind of invented that concept, is, and this is a subtle detail in the cartoon, but yeah, that was cool to square. The Telltale game Batman is excellent. I like their version of the Penguin too, and the Joker for that matter. But what Kevin Conroy did that I thought was really, really cool was, so there's two voices, right? There's the Bruce Wayne voice and the Batman voice. And the Bruce Wayne voice is very, it's sort of upward inflected and really doesn't use a lot of the diaphragm. It's very soft spoken and often sort of inflecting upwards at the end of sentences. And then the Bat voice was much more, I can't do it. I can't even begin to imitate it. So I don't think that I'm trying to do a good imitation of it, but it was much more assertive, much more confident, much deeper, much coming from his diaphragm, you know. And when, this is the most important detail though, when Bruce Wayne is sitting in the Batcave with his cowl off and everybody knows who he is, which voice does he use? He uses the Bat voice. Because that's his voice. Bruce Wayne is the fake voice. Bruce Wayne is not what he sounds like. Bruce Wayne is him putting on airs for people. When he's relaxed and just being himself, he's Batman 100%. And that was always one of my favorite details of Kevin Conroy's performance. You couldn't do that with Christian Bale's version of the Bat voice. He couldn't just be hanging out with Alfred, talking like this all the time. I'm gonna need another cup of tea. Alfred, this gazpacho soup is cold. Yeah, that was awful. I don't know what the fuck Tom Hardy was thinking. He's been made fun of quite thoroughly for that, though. Oh, yes, clearly. I'm from a South American country, Mr. Wayne. Oh. That was a bizarre choice on everyone's part. I'm genuinely not sure what the hell they were even trying to get across with that. Tom Hardy's a phenomenal actor, which is why it was, like, so painful to watch him make such a complete asshole of himself. And then he, like, came out in interviews and defended it as, like, some kind of artistic choice. Like, no, man. Just admit when you did something stupid. Like, I mean, I guess he can't. It's poor form to insult movies that you're in, or talk poorly of directors that you've worked with, but that was an odd choice. I have not, Sumitha, no. I have not put that one in yet. I know. DC animated content has almost always been better than their live-action content, though. Starting with Batman the Animated Series and following through to today, like, on some level, I've kind of felt like maybe DC should just give up on live-action content because they're not good at making it. Warner Brothers licenses their shit to just the dumbest people. They had, like, that one success with Wonder Woman, and then they got the director, Patty Jenkins. They were like, you should write and direct a movie, and she made one of the worst pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life. That's Wonder Woman 1984, Sumitha. It's really, really awful. If I were saying something nice about it, I'd be like, fucking, what's his name? I can't think of the actor's name, whose name I say constantly. That's embarrassing. The fucking Red Viper, you guys. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I can see his face, I can think of 4 roles that he's in, and now I'm forgetting his name. He shares a birthday with me. Oh my god. My brain's coming apart at the seams. It wants to break through. The name, it's in there, it wants to come out. Pedro Pascal. Oh my god. Yeah, Pedro Pascal. He was good in it, but he's good in everything, so that's not really saying anything. He had a terrible role, and he did a good job with it. Good for him. Yes. Yes, The Mandalorian, 3025. The same man. Star of one of my favorite movies, Prospect, that Kursala thinks is boring. Which, I won't actually argue with that one, Kursala. I think it... I can see how you would be bored by that movie. I personally was not, but I can see how if you're not interested by the things that I'm interested, you'd be bored with it. It's not action-packed. It is a ponderous, slow burn, lots and lots of show-don't-tell world building that rides entirely on, like, 2 performances. He was also in Kingsman: The Golden Circle. That is true, yeah. I think I watched that, like, 1 time. Is The Golden Circle, is that the one? Hold on, which Kingsman movie is the one where Samuel L. Jackson blows up everybody's heads? Is that the first one? I feel like that was the first one that has that amazing scene where is it Colin Firth who's in that movie? And he just, like, goes nuts and murders, like, 30 people in a church? That fucking movie was incredible. I forget what happened in the second one. I really don't remember the plot of the second one. I think I remember, Mark Strong with a Scottish accent singing Country Roads. That happened in the second one, right? It sounds right to me. It was amazing for Gadarone. Maybe the only... That's like the only part of the movie that I remember. On a soundtrack collecting spree lately, come to the conclusion about Star Trek and Star Wars. Doesn't matter how shit the film is, the soundtrack is always amazing. I would argue, Sumitha, that the soundtrack being amazing is part of what made Star Wars as popular and palatable as it is. If Star Wars had come out with a score done by anyone other than John Williams, I don't think that it ever would have achieved the popularity that it did. Similarly, I think that the Star Trek movies probably wouldn't have been... I mean, like, you know, they struggled anyway, but without James Horner, I don't know. They might be very, very poorly regarded indeed. James Horner did a fantastic job. I have not Supernaut, though I'm planning to sit down and watch Pig tonight, as has been requested. I hear Pig's really good. Everybody keeps saying Pig is really... I've managed to not look up anything about what Pig is about. It was recommended to me by a number of people based on how much I enjoyed Mandy. So I think that bodes well. Oh no, you spoiled it, Gimmish Car. That's terrible. Oh, it's just kind of a fashion thing. You know, certain things, certain trends pick up, certain things go in and out of fashion. Right now, Hans Zimmer is a big deal. We were just talking earlier about the new Dune movie, the disparate soundtracks between the two films. Where it's like people remember Dune 1984 very poorly, but at the same time, it had a soundtrack by Toto that's like really fucking awesome. And then we've got Hans Zimmer doing the soundtrack for the new one that fits really well in the movie, but it's like not actually a good soundtrack. It's just Hans Zimmer music, and Hans Zimmer does the same thing over and over and over again. He has no chill. It's like, I don't know, Hans Zimmer composes like a child. And I know that it doesn't sound nice, but I think it's true. He found the button that just like forces you to feel kind of excited, and he just pushes it over and over and over again and never lets up and keeps pushing it, and eventually you just like you get worn out by it, and you're like, stop, just calm down, dude. Just take your finger off the button for just 30 seconds. Let me get my breath. And he's like, no, it's epic. No, I'm gonna keep doing it. Jesus Christ, Hans. I'm not a fan of Hans Zimmer, if that's not obvious. I think he did well enough with Dune, but I think that he was also, like... That's a matter of finding the one place where somebody's eccentric style fits, rather than him really being terribly talented. Looks like I'm painting with grape cough syrup. That's oddly specific, Riot Sister. Get the back of this little vent here. Didn't do too bad with Pirates of the Caribbean. Was that Hans Zimmer? Is it just that he hasn't changed much in the last, like, 10 years? Because Pirates was a while ago. Interesting. I didn't even realize that was, because it doesn't sound like him to me. It is a dosage cup, interestingly enough. Oh, now I see. I see what you mean, Riot Sister. Okay. In terms of him chilling, I would argue at that point with Black Hawk Down, the theme is so wonderfully tragic and soothing at the same time. The action theme music was amazing. Hans Zimmer nailed it there. Yeah, it's like... Maybe it's just a recent thing. Because if I'm being honest, I didn't notice Hans Zimmer back then. Back when he did Black Hawk Down, Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, I didn't really pay much attention to him. I noticed him when he started doing some more modern epic soundtracks, and he started employing the farting on a tin roof sound that he loves so much over and over and over and over again. So maybe it's just a recent thing. Oh, it was. Pun expected. Absolutely. Yeah, Howard Shore's Lord of the Rings soundtrack is unbelievably good. I'll just put on Howard Shore's Lord of the Rings score when I'm doing random unrelated things. Yeah, Ridley Scott's pretty lost up his own asshole these days. That's difficult to even argue, in my opinion. I think the best work Ridley Scott is currently doing is on Raised by Wolves, and largely because it's just kind of like it's a blank slate for Ridley Scott to gaze into his own navel and entertain us with the lint that he finds there, and it's not him shitting on previously existing properties. Raised by Wolves is crazy, and that's kind of why I like it. It is really Ridley Scott just musing on some very big, wild topics that he's clearly very passionate about. And I find it very compelling. You just kind of have to go with it, though. You can't question it too much. There are big aspects of the lore that I don't really think make any sense, but they're also not the point, you know? How else am I supposed to do yard work to Square? How else am I supposed to marvel at my giant pumpkins? I'm not really big into the blues, Supernaut. I don't really have a problem with them, it's just never anything that's grabbed me. Blues is one of those genres where it's like I recognize its contribution to music overall, but it's not something I've ever listened to with any significant attention. I realize that's a really big category of music to go, I don't really listen to that, but I don't know, I'm just kind of a Philistine, you know? No, we can buy pipe weed in stores around here. I don't have to grow it myself. I disagree. The best music is made by robots because they don't make mistakes, Supernaut. Let's broaden our minds. Music? Yeah, let's put on some Prince. Oh, fuck. That scene's amazing. What do you want? My face on the $1 bill. Hey, Square Peg, how you doing today, man? Welcome in. Grab a touch more magenta here. That's probably enough. Alright. Let's have a look. See if there's any more areas I really want to do. I'm going to start refining. I feel pretty good about these guys for being first Free Worlds Guard. Alright. Let's fool around with some other colors. How's the solar collector coming? I have to finish... In fact, I'm planning on starting the final test print for the solar collection tower tonight for Gadarung. Right now I'm running off the last of my geothermal exchangers. I wanted to make a little group of them. Got two of them right here. The thermal exchangers have actually come out really nice. Of course, I say this every time. I do them in black plastic, and then I show them on camera against a black background so you can't see shit. I'm so good at this, you guys. Alright, I'm going to try coming at this magenta with a little bit of cad yellow. Let's see what it does. A little lighter. Nice pale yellow. That's kind of a fun highlight, isn't it? I like that. keep that up. Just adds that little bit of extra visual interest. Definitely want it nice and pale, though. It's actually a bit much. Take some of that off. There we go. More. And here we go. It is very teeny, Riot Sister.
Little 6mm scale APC, oh my god.
Really like what the yellow does to that magenta, though. I'm really trying to just experiment with using more interesting highlight colors and more contrasting tones. Hey, what's up, Crossbow Roof? How you doing today, man? I'm gonna do a direct comparison here. It's just purple on the right, and then just with that touch of yellow for the highlights on the left. It really does a lot for the look overall. Oh, well, it's nice of you to drop in at the very least, Crossbow Roof. How do I base the first Free Worlds Guard? I'm thinking Red Martian Desert. The first Free Worlds Guard that I've done are very boring. Where are they? I've got one of them here. It was the first set that I did when I started getting back into Battletech, and like this is really basic and boring. But I think I'm gonna lean into the warm colors, and I'm gonna do more of a Martian red on them. Oh, have I? Am I fuzzy? Wait, who's fuzzy? Is my face fuzzy? I just shaved, though. Better? Okay. You got me all paranoid. It got better. Turned me into a newt. I forgot to run. This is easy. The trick for me has just been learning which colors to use and how much of them I need to apply. And after you've done this, you can also go ahead and apply an oil wash, which I may do in like a blue. This is kind of my new favorite way of painting, though, as far as getting something done fairly quickly to a reasonably high tabletop standard. It's kind of mindless painting. It actually works better if you give it more time for each layer to cure before you come in and do this. Try something similar out on the Shadowhawk and see how it goes. A bunch of Metal Core stuff on the way to induct into the Comm Guard. Oh, look, man, I look forward to seeing your white go down on some of these figures. They're great figures. They have such really, really nice, crisp detail for how small they are. Actually, I'm going to try a little bit of it out on this gentleman here. His purple has had the chance to sit and cure for a little while, and I'm curious what this is going to do. I also went lighter with his purple, because he was sort of the experimental case. I'm considering doing maybe a green. The yellow actually doesn't work as well as I'd hoped it would. I need something a little bit more contrasting against the base, which is why I just put down brown as a dark while I was working today, and I've been kind of thinking about it. Orange isn't a bad choice. I do orange for my Comm Guard. It's the only thing that gives me pause, but I don't know if that's a legitimate reason to not do it on the First Free Worlds Guard. I think the heavier purple is going to work to my advantage. Because he's a little light. Green might be too gaudy, though. I don't know. I'm going to sit on that one a little bit longer. Yeah, repeating the base color in the cockpit, that's not a terrible idea either, Berg. I don't know. I am undecided. Oh, but see that? If I work with them when they're not as cured, like, look at that fucking blend. It just went, whoop, went right on. It's a little bit heavy, but it's so easy to do. Yeah, green and purple's always a tricky color combo to go with, because you wind up looking like the Joker. Like green and red, you look like Christmas colors. Green and purple, you look like the Joker. Yeah, but only works for the Hulk. Just the Hulk can pull it off, doesn't mean, you know, I can pull it off. Oh, thanks. These are all such great examples that fill me with confidence, you guys. Orange or light blue, two-tone like camo specs, and oh man, I'm trying to avoid doing that. Everybody's doing that. I'm gonna put the cockpit color decision on the later base for the moment and decide last minute. It's not that I'm a contrarian, I just don't like to do things that other people are doing, and I will intentionally decide to do things just because they're unpopular. Yeah. I'm open to suggestions for the cockpit color, I just don't think I'm going to decide anything right now. Really liking what that yellow highlight does for the purple, though. That is delightful. I may darken it a bit with an oil wash after this, but... blue or bright red. I could see blue. I'm not really doing blue anywhere else. And that kind of goes with my usual like for a cockpit glass of doing some splash of color that isn't really repeated anywhere else. I could try out blue. Maybe we'll try blue on one of them. See how it looks, and then decide after. You can always try it on one and then do something else on the others and come back and fix it up. Cyan would be... Ooh! Oh, shit! I could do that wonderful combination of phthalo blue and phthalo green. That yields a fantastic sort of turquoise effect. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's try that. Let's see what that looks like, yeah? Base it in phthalo green and then kind of highlight it up from there. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? How are things, dude? I hope everything's on the upswing for you. I'll be able to do this right away. Well, maybe a little bit of it. If I'm clever. See if I can pick up my excess here. It's a good deep green for Gadarung, and then I'm going to build it up into blue, and it should go to turquoise. Take some phthalo blue right out of the tube here. I have filled up my palette something crazy. Phthalo blue, little titanium white, and let's see what these pigments want to do. This can work. Hang on, I'm making a mess here. Hang on a second. Titanium white, just a touch. It's real thick. Well, I want it thick-ish. I don't want it quite that blocky. Damn. Come on. try to take a smaller brush with no pigment on it. Just kind of pull that out. I think that can work. Yeah?
Do you like sexy battlemechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. I actually quite like the look of that. Yeah, that works. It's just a very soft green-blue. I think that's what we're gonna go with. Good call. There's something magical that happens when you mix phthalo green and phthalo blue together. Yes, you get phthalo bleen. One of my favorite colors, without a doubt, pun expected. Phthalo bleen. Jeez, somebody ban this guy from chat. Good God. Phthalo Queen. That makes even less sense. Phthalo Gru. That would at least seem to have some nerd cred to it. We're likely to be eaten by Phthalo Gru. White, and I'm going to try to blend those out real smooth like. Phthalo Breen, and you have to watch Fateful Find. You couldn't fucking pay me to watch Fateful Findings, Gimishkar, you sick son of a bitch. I've seen Pass Through. I'm never doing that again. Oh my god. That is what going mad feels like. Holy crap. I think like most people, I discovered Neil Breen through Red Letter Media, and I thought to myself, this seems fun, I'll watch one of these movies. It's not fun. It's insane. It's upsetting. It's deeply disturbing. Those movies are so much more tolerable through the lens of someone who cuts out the entertaining parts and doesn't make you watch the true fucking madness. You have a signed copy of Twisted Pair? Okay. Oh my god. We need to give like a special Discord tag to Gimish Car, just so, you know, if anything happens, we can notify authorities, like, yes, officer, this one right here. He's a Neil Breen fan. Oh, say no more. So wait, did you like send it away, or did you get to meet Neil Breen? It came signed, okay. I don't know, like, I don't know if I have another Neil Breen movie in me. Like, like I said, I did pass through. Twisted Pair seems fun. I'm familiar with the plot through Red Letter Media's analysis of it. But I just don't know that I have the fortitude. And Fateful Findings seems particularly crazy. I don't know if anything can really beat Pass Through, though. With him declaring his intent to annihilate most of mankind in a way that I'm not sure that was his character. Or just him. I like the fact that he becomes a monstrous god in all of his movies. There are common themes. Yeah, I have eliminated 3 million people from the planet Earth. In human terms, I've killed them all. Like, what the fuck? What? Yeah. Yeah. If anyone is unfamiliar, by the way, with what the fuck we're talking about, which you very well may be, I don't know how much YouTube you watch. You can learn everything you need to know about Neil Breen movies by watching the Red Letter Media Best of the Worst episodes that have watched most of his films. They've watched Fateful Findings, they have watched Pass Through, they've watched Twisted Pair. Go ahead and give it a watch. Because they do a decent breakdown of the particular brand of insanity that he's bringing to the table. Like, he's a crazy filmmaker to the point where I'm like, he genuinely worries me a little bit sometimes when you're like, am I really just watching someone's mental illness play out on screen? It really seems like I am. Like, it kind of starts to cross the line where you're like, is this funny? Or is this, like, really, really sad? I'm not sure. His ego is unfucking believable. As you said, he is a vengeful god in his own estimation. There's always the common theme of, like, he is above mankind, he is superior to everyone, he is bringing us something, whether that is enlightenment or wrath, depends on the mood he was in when he was writing the film. Hey, what's up, Dwegham? How you doing? Yeah, you better apologize. How dare you join late? No, Dwegham. It's just good to see you, man. Every time you see Magic run, every time he throws a can of tuna out of a trailer, you drink. I'll clean it for you. Oh my god. Why are you making me think about this? Stop. Stop, please. I'm a vengeful movie god, is why. I did not expect to see anyone bring up Neil Breen at any point in any of my streams, so congratulations on violating my basic expectations of dignity and human rights. Neil Breen and Tommy Wiseau. That would be an interesting combination. I don't think they would ever work together, because they're both similarly super egotistical. I feel like Tommy Wiseau might be more self-aware than Neil Breen, which is astonishing. Man, that looks pretty cool, huh? Homeboy still needs some more detailing, but I think I've locked in this color for how I'm going to do the cockpits. Like, his weapon and his joints and everything still need a bit more shading and some highlights. Still, for not being terribly difficult to do, I'm liking the quality of this paint job. Now, I'm going to grab a little bit of phthalo green and go ahead and lay it into some of my lasers and let it cure so I can do a little blending later on. Now that I know this is how I'm going to be doing my cockpits, I might as well lay in some phthalo green on the glass. Wiseau's soaked in the ironic fame that the room has garnered. He's happy that people are enjoying his product in some way, even if it's not necessarily the right way. Also hear the ego aside, he's actually kind of a nice guy. I buy that. PDF, I buy that just from watching The Room, because, like, if you see through the egomaniacal nature of the production of The Room, what content there is to The Room is... It's far from mean-spirited. He is trying very hard to make like a fairly meaningful drama about some deep emotional topics that are arguably difficult to talk about for a lot of people. It's just that he's doing it in the most bizarre and incomprehensible way possible. So subject matter alone, I would say, like, I buy that. Neil Breen, on the other hand, seems like a fucking psychopath. Tommy Wiseau isn't making movies where he is an alien artificial intelligence who decides that humanity is too corrupt to live and proceeds to start gathering CEOs into murder dungeons and shooting them in the head, or oh my god. I can't think anymore about this. Yeah. Tommy Wiseau wanted to be a vampire in The Room and have a flying... I did not know that. WJ, that's... Wait, really? That seems like a bit of a departure. We've made some damn good progress today. I'm actually, the rest of these guys need to sit and cure for a little bit before I can come in and do these next steps on them. But between that yellow treatment on the purple and the lensing, and a little bit of detail on the mechanical parts, and I think this is going to be a good-looking Lanza Mechs. Is this... is this a thing? That Tommy Wiseau is secretly DB Cooper? Why the fuck not? Just roll them all up together. I like this pose for the Shadowhawk too. I think this is one of the favorites of the ones that I've done. My quick and dirty oil painting is still coming out fairly dirty and grungy, but I think if I come back in, like after I've done all the oil work, if I come back in with some acrylics and do some sponge weathering, I think it's going to cover up a lot of that. Yeah, that's, you know, I think I'm realizing, like, I'm more of a Fang of the Sun Dougram fan than I really am a Battletech fan, Trotsky. There's dirty and grungy, and then there's, like, rough paint jobs. I'm really happy with, like, this forearm panel, this purple. The way it blends down as it goes lower, that, I want to push for more of that as I do these bigger purple panels. I think that came out really nice. Yeah, I agree, Dwegon. That one, almost accidentally came out better. You're not wrong, Sumitha. You're not wrong. That's what I'm just saying, though. A few parts where it's not just grungy, but like a little bit of a rough paint job. I think a little bit of sponge weathering with like a rust brown is going to put it right where I want it. A little bit of actual weathering. There's something to be said for rough and ready and, you know, painted. Hey, the fact that I was able to get this far with 4 tanks and 3 mechs just sitting here for a couple hours, fooling around, not really sure what I wanted to do, that's a fucking win in my book, Hethrear. Of course, you know you've been doing oil painting lately and having a good time of it, eh? Hethrear, it's good to see you, man. You should. Trotsky, you should watch Fang of the Sun Dougram. As long as you are able to stomach the fact that it is a dated animation. It is animation from 1980. It's not what you'd be used to if you're watching the most current anime. But there's also, like, it was obvious where they spent their budget. Okay, yeah, if you've watched OG Macross Robotech, you'll be able to handle it just fine. It's really obvious where they spent their budget in each and every episode, because it'll be like 2 characters in a room talking, and it's mostly still images and just their mouths move, but it's interesting content. And then you get to a battle between 2 combat armors, where the Dougram is like ripping the top half off of a crab gunner, and it's like they carefully animate his fingers digging into the metal as it buckles and the rivets give out, and he rips it. Like, it's... They knew where to spend the money. Just cleaning my brushes here for a second. I am going to take a short bio break, ladies and gents. Stretch my legs just a little bit, and we're going to be getting started with the Storm Report just as soon as I get back. I'll try to make that as close to 8:30 as I reasonably can. I'm going to grab myself something fresh to drink. And I think I should be able to get this Lance of Mechs done this week. That's my goal, so I should be able to get some pictures of these guys up by the end of the week. We may just continue on with them on Thursday. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Dread was... You know what? Dread was baller. You are absolutely correct. Still haven't seen Dread. Wow. Did we did Dread for a movie night, didn't we? Was PDF just not here? Oof. Damn. Yeah. Alright. So I'm going to take a quick break, folks. I will be right back, and we'll launch right into the Storm Report We'll focus on my face maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit camera. Fuck it. Who needs to see my face? I probably look better blurry anyway. We'll be taking a look at what y'all have been up to over the break. If you haven't posted to the Storm Report yet, or if you're not sure what it is an art share segment that we do every stream. I would love to see what you guys have been working on over the last week that I haven't been streaming. If you want to post in it and haven't before, it's super easy to do. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can find by hitting !Discord or by clicking the little Discord button. It should be right down there, right below me. Hop on over into there, confirm that you have read the rules, go into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and post a picture of something you've been working on. We'll take a look at it right here on the stream. All right. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I'm really feeling the love, Steel Warrior. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. No, there was a kitty. There was in fact a kitty cat. I was getting him the hell out of my room because he's a mischievous little shit. He doesn't belong in here. I'll move this out of the way, get my oil palette off to the side. I have a dedicated space for my oil paint tubes now, which is a huge help when it comes to cleanup time. Ah, okay. Wait, what happened? Did someone run a prediction while I was gone? What happened? What have my mods been doing? By the way, Steel Warrior, thank you so much for the 22 months, dude. Coming up on that 24 before long. Son of a... I gotta check my permissions. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Don't even tell me. Don't even tell me. Let's just go right to the storm report. Let's see what people are posting. That's what you're here for, right? Let's do that.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glored paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Hang on, let me see the details of this. Oh, it was... Back in 6 minutes, everyone voted no. What was it? Was it 7? Shit. I feel attacked. Horribly, horribly attacked. That's actually pretty cool. I don't really use the features like predictions. I mean, you guys know by now, I'm awful at using channel points to basically do anything. So, yeah, please feel free. If, you know, pointing out that I am, if I'm that predictable, I suppose, then yeah. Have at it. Let's see what people are posting to the storm report. Been a little while since we've done one of these. Ah, my hand's all sweaty. It's gross. The one bad part about using gloves, like I don't get paint on my hands, but they just sort of marinate for the duration of the stream. Alright, here we have up first from POV42. Really proud of this star of Jade Falcons I painted while on vacation this week. Had a technique brainwave for how I wanted to do them on Saturday. Finished the whole star by Friday. Whew, that's not bad. It is Kursala, yeah. You can actually do a lot of different things with channel points that I just kind of don't do. Yeah. Including the magnetized alternate arms for the Hyro Falcon in the center there. Learned a lot about how to use highlights to modulate the whole look of a mini with these green burbs. Oh, these look nice, POV. The red lensing is a nice touch and a good idea since you've got green and yellow so prominent. Having something that clashes with that works out well. Love the magnetized arms. None of these are like my favorite battlemechs, but I do particularly like the bright yellow and kind of forest green combination for Jade Falcon. The other thing you can do with Jade Falcon is sort of swap the intensity and have more of a gold yellow and then like a neon green, which is usually the direction I go if I'm going to do Jade Falcons. I think Jade Falcons are one of the only clans I've painted more than 2 mechs of, though, to be fair. Really nice job on these, and particularly considering you got them done so fast. I'd love to hear what this technique brainwave was. The highlights look excellent. If anything, I feel like you could lean into the highlights more. If you handed these to me and said, pick out something to improve, I would just say the same thing I do most of the time, which is more contrast. Deeper shadows on the yellow, higher highlights on the green. But overall, the technique seems very, very effective. Good job on the basing, too. I like the mixture of different grit and the inclusion of some extra little rocks there to add scale. Clan John Deere. Oh, God. Hopefully they're fucking... they're not quite as bad on maintenance. with any luck. POV, these look fantastic, dude. I'm glad you got them quickly. I'm glad that you're happy with them. I think particularly the gray that you used for the weapons and the joints. And this is a good example of what I'm talking about when I say to do that. Because you've got little bits of it. Can't really see it here, but in here on the joints, looks like inside of the elbow. Down on the feet, in at the knee, up at the hip. Just using these points to add in kind of a bare metal look just helps to break up those big blocks of color and make the whole thing look a little more just interesting. Just adds that visual interest. Is that NMM? It looks flat to me in this photo, which I think it would technically be a non-metallic metal, but it is hard to tell. This could be a metallic paint that has been washed, or it could be a very simple NMM effect. I could not say from a still picture. Either way, it's very, very effective. Our Omnimax, technically, they're supposed to be easy maintenance. Well, John Deere don't make no Omni tractors, unfortunately. Let's keep going. I suspect washed metallic. That seems likely, given what we've seen from POV previously. Metallic paint that has been washed. Okay. So it dulls it down a little bit. It gives it a little bit of that shading and helps panel line it really well. Either way, POV, it came out wonderful. Here we have from Sam Minnie. She is almost done. 2 little things to do, and they're trying a gray background. 2 little things. 2 big old things to do. Fuck these skin tones. Maybe this needs to be a focus of mine next year. Maybe I need to be a little bit more organized, and a focus of mine needs to be working on my skin tones, because these skin tones, it's so rich. Like, I would default to using temperature contrast in order to sell my skin tones, but this whole model is warm. There's almost no cool temperatures to be seen, and yet everything stands out so beautifully. It is. The face in particular, photorealism is a great phrase for it, because it just looks like a real small person. Oh my god. Apparently I need to be a better painter. I really, really like what you've done with the reds. We've kind of seen these reds in the fabric evolve as we've seen the works in progress, which is why I really, really appreciate the works in progress, Sam Minnie. The face is one of the first things you did. It hasn't changed much. You just did a fantastic job on it right out of the gate. But the red fabric, this particularly, it's like, it sells as like a velvet because it has a higher sheen to it than you would expect. And that's why, yeah, to my eye, it reads very much as like a red velvet. Lovely. Lovely work. One other thing catches my eye, the difference in skin tones between the face and the legs. It could be reading too much into it. I think that there might not be one, and that might only read that way because of the proximity of the red velvet fabric. Because there really isn't much up here. And this, right next to the shadow on the thigh, changes the way that you see it. Just a little bit. I wonder if we're going to do any more work on the hair. Sam Minnie, this looks fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing work. I haven't seen any... I've seen this mini before. I saw this model when the guy made it. Yeah, the red changes a little. That's what I was thinking. This is the only version of it that I've seen painted, and I'm glad that it's you doing it, because it's intense, and the non-metallic metal just... I gotta watch more of Sam Minnie's streams. And take more notes. Guys, go give Sam Minnie a follow, because holy crap, he does a lot of this live right here on Twitch these days, and it's absolutely worth watching. Sam, thank you so much for sharing. Here I have from Manro Fasal. So I have an entire 1,500-point army of salamanders primed, got burned out painting green and shelved them, but today I decided to create my own chapter. I'm going to call them the Void Drakes. Test paint is blending black and green. Thoughts? That's nice. That is nice. That is real vivid, and yet you've got some good deep shadows on. I like this. I like this a lot. This is like painfully bright. And I love that the helmet, at least the face of the helmet, is that deep black green. That's cool. Really, really stands out. I feel like it needs something else. Obviously, we're looking at a work in progress. We've got some interesting blends from the black to the green down on the greaves, in the weapons. We've got a little bit of what looks like red in the eyes. I like the kind of gray-green, almost olive, that you have for the chest piece there. Plankwalker, good to see you. Welcome in, man. Yeah, the weapons. The weapons are a good opportunity here to play with tones. Also, the leather, the big holster and the pouches that are on his belt. If you were to lean into kind of a red, almost oxblood leather, that would be a good opportunity to throw in a little bit of a contrasting color. I think, yeah, I'm going to say reds, and I'm going to say the eyes, the weapons, and the pouches. Those being warm is going to really, really help to set off a lot of that green. But I am loving the highest greens you have, like on the gorget collar, and then on the tops of the knees, and on the tops of the shoulder pads. That is such a vivid, wonderful green. Please, keep pursuing this. Keep working on this, because this is going to look really cool. Also, the little ridges on the body glove are a good opportunity to introduce just little spotted detail, because so many of the plates are so big and broad on these Primaris Marines. And if you did like a deep blue-black on these, coming up to a little bit of a sheen, highlighting the ridges on the body glove, I think that would look good. You got the inside of the elbow here, you got the inside of the knee here. They don't really have much exposed midriff, but the insides of the shoulders, knees, and elbows are a good opportunity. Yeah, the gray to green is really, really nice. Wonderful. Wonderful work, Manro. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Keep working on this. Languin, sleep tight, man. Thanks for hanging out. It's always good to see you. We'll be back on Thursday, man. I hope to see you then. Oh, here we have from Mafik. I was trying to upload a video, but it won't let me upload, so we're going to have to settle for all your little fuckers. They're barely cats at all. Oh, man. I love this one's markings. I continue to be very, very into the kind of dirty, torty thing they both have going on. He's got a real mug on him, doesn't he? We could probably, Sam Mini, if you want to, if the next time you post progress on that one again, if you take the photo and then just crop, in fact, this is good advice for anybody who's posting photos to the Storm Report, because the way we do it through Discord, take a picture at a reasonable distance from whatever it is, and then just crop down to just the mini. We'll be able to see a lot more of it, because I can click on it and look at a larger version, and frankly, it's probably on me to make it easier on you guys to do something so that I can show them more clearly, but the easiest thing to do is to crop it. White one's afraid to go out of the cage. Oh no, scared little kitty. I see kittens and I just wanna bury myself in a pile of them. I wanna make a blanket fort and have someone just throw the kittens at me. And that would be just what I did for the entire afternoon. They're fucking adorable, Mafik, and thank you for sharing these goofy little shits with us. Oh, here we have from Kursala. Got some glaives painted up Friday night, the 19th. I have to say I'm very happy with them. Both started out as burgundy color. One had more brown undertone. I decided to do the highlights in purples and pinks to really push the contrast. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that little bit extra color. It's easy when you're doing highlights to just go white. It's a simple choice to just blend white into whatever your base color is to do the highlights, but you wind up with real washed out, desaturated highlights. Your red tends to go very pink, like everything just veers white, and you really lose a lot of the vibrancy in your paint job. So moving towards, utilize your color wheel, really. Absolutely. Reminds you of a Python patrol from the late 80s G.I. Joe. He does have kind of a snaky look to it, doesn't it? I could see that, WJ. I continue to love this design element. This is just my favorite thing that Kursala has come up with, the segmented sort of ablative armor on the sides of these tanks. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Color Theory is a crutch. Kursala, you're... I don't know what to do with you sometimes, man. I just... out of your damn mind. Kursala, if I'm not mistaken, Rainy River Designs tanks are now available through Steel Warrior Studios. Is that true? My gut's stupid, Brigadero. Only a few, though. Okay, well, that's still very fucking exciting. And we've had a little pop-up going on all through the stream. I should go ahead and probably mention verbally once, Steel Warrior Studios is currently having a pretty amazing BOGO 50% off sale on most things on the site, both physical product and digital download STLs for home 3D printing. So if you're a Battletech player, you play Warcaster, you play Star Wars Legion, whatever it is, whatever your favorite game is, go to Steel Warrior Studios, check it out. There has never been a better time to pick some stuff up, particularly if you have a home 3D printer. And now again, you can get some of these amazing tanks through Steel Warrior Studios, done by our very own Kursala at Rainy River Designs. They're such cool tanks. Kursala, thanks for sharing with us today, man. Thanks for sharing. I hate myself. Oh, here we have from Crossbow Roof. Finally got off my butt and back to wood turning. My dad commissioned a pen for a family friend, so I dusted things off and did this one up. Maybe an hour's work in total. I'm pretty happy with it. Wood is Box Elder, using a slimline twist ballpoint kit from Woodcraft. I like this. I like the little extra swell to the grip out here. As someone with large hands, I particularly appreciate this. Giving me just a little something to get that pinch around. Oh, very lovely. I am terrible at woodworking. I don't know what it is with wood. If it's not just drilling 2x4s together, I basically can't do it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just magic. That, and I think I'm terrified of all forms of lathe. They seem very dangerous. The Minotaur and the Cyclops? Alright. I'm glad to see you back at work. Might have to get you to, make me a pen sometime, Crossbow Roof, or something. I'm always so impressed when people, we got a lot of minis in here, but we have a lot of craftsmen who post other things. At least a few people who work in wood. Crossbow Roof, you've done some rings before, haven't you? Was that you? I feel like I remember you doing some rings that were pretty cool. Yeah, those were really, really fucking neat. I wouldn't mind a ring or something. Let's talk. I'll make it worth your while. I think friends pay friends. Friends pay friends. Full price is my motto. Lovely work, Crossbow Roof. But yeah, let's talk. If you're back to doing woodworking, I'd love to pick something up off you. Here we have from Avash, working on some of those banners for the Steel Legion. Were these the ones that we don't have a caption, but I think, Avash, these were a year apart, weren't they? This is the one that you did before, and this is the one that you're working on currently. I so love these colors. I really, really love this dark turquoise along with this very orange red. It is such a cool color combo, and this is a color combo that is repeated throughout the whole army that he's working on for 100 Kingdoms, and it's just so visually pleasing and so unique. Give it time, Project Dark Fox. There's no rush. Got a project idea I want to try out as well. A paintbrush vase. Yes. I could use something like that. I could give you excellent notes on how well it turns out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Really though, this combo. I feel like I almost want this, and this is just personal choice, I almost want this metal to be a silver because I feel like that would sort of contrast better with the red. But I also just don't even care because this combination is so rich. Really, very nice work of Ash. I need to eventually build some of my own Steel Legion. These, by the way, are forces of the 100 Kingdoms from Conquest Last Argument of Kings, which, can I just say, if you are interested in fantasy rank and flank gaming at all, if you bemoan the death of Warhammer Fantasy, go check it out. It is a great fucking game. You can hit !Conquest right here in chat to get a link to their website and a 10% off code if you want to buy stuff from them. But, you know, don't let that sway you. Check the game out. Find out if you have anybody local to you who's playing or doing demos. There are a surprising number of people picking up Conquest, and there's never been a better time to get involved. Yeah, and as Pun Expected mentions, there are dinosaur orcs, which is to say South American-styled orcs who ride fucking dinosaurs. Also, Dweghom are a faction. Yes, that is true, Dweghom. They are certainly a faction. I agree with you on that. Oh, coming down we have from Wheezy. My regular photo is Anastasius Focht's legendary Atlas. We all know the mini painter is their own worst critic, right? That's bullshit. Oh, but it's not. The toughest critic is absolutely my wife. After looking at my Atlas for about 90 seconds, here are her critiques. Panel lines aren't dark enough. Mini's a bit too blue. Bottom of the mouth is different. The numbers are the wrong font. The hip panel should be metallic like the thigh. The hands are a different metallic color. The Comstar logo is different. The antennas aren't at the right angle. The left antenna's attached in the wrong place. The gold by the toenails isn't visible enough. The radar dish is in the wrong shape. Jesus! My wife gave me a 6.5 out of 10. That is brutal. That is brutal. I would not be that harsh. So you know what? I'm gonna disagree with her on at least one thing. I don't think it's too blue. Is it bluer than the art? Yes, but the art is a render. And what you are painting is an actual mini. And using shade colors like that is, in my opinion, much... adding to that. Like, the render is using both a warm highlight, like a warm light and a cool light from opposite directions to get this effect that it has. Yeah, the blue absolutely gives it depth. So I'm not gonna lay into her critique, but I will say that I think she is incorrect about that particular critique. Well, see, that's just it, Gimishkar. The render is almost certainly a pure white, but it has a yellow light shining on it from the front, and then it looks like it has a very slight blue light coming from the back, which means that your shadows should be blue. And unless you are painting with a very, very specific light source, you kind of just need to work that blue into more of the paneling to give it shading and depth. So I think that is a perfectly fine choice. As far as the font being different, that's one I really can't argue with. It is. The eyes look great, though. I think in particular, the way that you've done the eyes looks fantastic. It's a little bit brighter than on the original render, but you shouldn't be trying to exactly match renders for the most part. All in all, this is a great paint job. I'm not going to ask any questions about how the rest of that marriage goes, because goddamn. Really nice work, though, Wheezy. Here we have from Negative Charisma, our very own Pixel Jan. Finally started working on stuff again. I know him. It's a Warcraft orc, certainly, but that's... The claw is throwing me off. Is this someone Is this Thrall? Thrall didn't have a claw, though, did he? Like, okay, the hammer, yeah. The braids, yeah. Grom? No, it couldn't be Grom Hellscream. He had a different... Well, he had axes, first of all. He wouldn't have had the hammer. Who was Thrall's dad? Yeah, Grom had an axe. I want to say Thrall, but the claw is throwing me off, because I never remember Thrall having a claw on his arm. What was it was Doomhammer. That was the name of his hammer. How could I forget that? Either way, if I'm not focused on trying to figure out which character this is, I'm loving the green skin tones. I'm noting the use of the warm tone on the leather and also down in the shadows of the skin. First of all, this is a very, very detailed, very highly textured model, and so I think that these subtle skin tone variations are really going to pay off. Duratan. Thank you, Riot Sister. It's been a long fucking time since I've thought about Warcraft lore. Ever since Blizzard stopped giving a shit about it, I had a hard time keeping up with it. This is going to be really, really cool when you get in here and start coloring the panels. Like, I'm assuming that our shoulder piece here, which has such great texture on it, is going to wind up being that very particular orange-red of the Horde. That's going to look nice. Need a Gul'dan model? Yeah, that'd be fun. For as terrible as the Warcraft movie was, there were images of it and there were parts of it that I really enjoyed and thought was cool. That movie kind of worked like if you were a fan of Warcraft 1 and 2, just for pure fan service. And I thought Gul'dan siphoning souls out of human slaves was like one of the most unsettling images. It's just this little brief flash of really, really dark shit in a movie that's otherwise kind of goofy. But he has like this human slave down by his throne, and it's like watching someone sitting in a throne periodically and casually taking drinks of a glass. You know, like, imagine a character with like a glass of wine just sort of punctuating his sentences by taking drinks, but instead he's reaching over and sucking the soul out of a human being. Just little bits of it, not the whole soul. He's just tasting it. And this poor dude's like, oh shit, what? And just goes back to cowering. It's fucking terrible. And yet I liked it. Gimishkar, have you... Honestly, the Warcraft movie's not that bad. It's not like... It's not a good movie. It's not. If you are a fan of Warcraft lore, if you just like, it's built for a very specific audience. And if you are a fan of Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, you'll probably enjoy watching it even though it's really, really goofy. And it's got Travis Fimmel. Parts of the movie don't make any sense, but other parts are fun to watch. I thought the orcs were well done. This is Thrall? Okay. The claw is what's throwing me off. I really never remember Thrall having a claw on his arm. The fuck if I know, though. Yeah, WJ, that's what's getting me, the claw. Everything else about this, I'm like, yeah, the braids, okay, yeah, the little sort of dealy bopper in the back, Doomhammer, yeah, Thrall, until I get to the claw, and then I'm like, it doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Skull Fairy, you got good taste. Again, I'm not going to pretend that the Warcraft movie is like a good movie that everyone should watch. If you're like, I don't know what Warcraft is, probably don't fucking watch it because none of it's going to make any sense to you. But as far as being pure fan service, I think it was pretty enjoyable. Main dude and the orc female walking around each other like wolves as a romantic interest signifier was stupid. It was just like, you know what it reminded me of is like every single time Worf was interested in any female Klingon. It was that same stupid energy. Here we have from Kursala, time for Setup Sunday, stealing from Cybran Edition. I was at a local Harbor Freight bargain bin tool shop for our non-American friends. I love Harbor Freight. So much of their stuff is crap, but if you find the gems, man, they're well priced. The other day, and saw some organizers for cheap, so here we are, all my prints organized and ready to pack. All this organization makes me sick. Ugh. I'm a being of chaos, fundamentally. It makes my skin crawl seeing it so well organized and ordered. Still, here are some fine figures you can get your hands on here in the near future. I'm excited that you guys are producing so many of them, and I'm really, really excited to see them going out through Steel Warrior. Yeah, Gimishkar, Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight tools. You want to know what tools are great at Harbor Freight that everybody should have? Their angle grinder is fucking great. Their oscillating tool is fucking amazing. And their throatless shears, which is a tool you'll probably never need in your entire life. But if you have the need to cut sheet steel, they have throatless steel shears at Harbor Freight for only like $150 to $200. And I'm telling you, the only other place you're going to be able to get shears of that quality are, I can't remember the brand name. But you're not gonna find throatless shears like that for less than like $800 to $1,000. Oh yeah, it's not like a great angle grinder, Gimishkar. What it is for the price, it's very functional. I have the angle grinder that I got from Harbor Freight has lasted me about 5 years now. And yeah, for the price, it's hard to go wrong. Their oscillating tool is actually fairly nice. I can't speak to the quality of any of their compressors for Gadarung. I haven't used any of them. I would imagine probably not very good. Once you get past needing like 2 or 3 moving parts, the quality of their stuff dips sharply. But with Harbor Freight, I'm always like, you know, I tend to go to Harbor Freight first when I'm getting a new tool, because I'm not sure how much I'm going to use that tool. So I buy a shitty Harbor Freight one, and then if I wear it out, then I know that I can invest the money into buying a nicer one. Damn, Gimishkar, you must be rough on him, man. To be fair, my angle grinder from Harbor Freight I've mostly used for polishing sheet steel, so I put a flat disc on it, and that really doesn't put much wear on the actual mechanisms. Here we have from NB Toby, just thought I'd show my latest kit bash / design Katana CRK 5300-2. Started playing with the Sylogy model of the Crockett, and then mostly designed replaced everything. Going against my usual, it's actually on the printer as we speak for testing. Fuck yeah. Just realized this isn't the final design, it's one from earlier. Oh no, I'll post the print when it's done. That's a nice looking little mech you got there. I know the feeling when you're like, I'm just going to change one thing, and then you just wind up rebuilding the whole damn thing anyway. He is. Good design all around. I like the hip plates on him in particular. Kind of covers up so you can fudge some of those angles. The cockpit and the chest remind me of a spider for some reason. I don't know exactly why I'm getting that. Interesting. I look forward to seeing the finished print, man. Good work, NB Toby. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer, Sailor Whoosh. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? Rio? Are you okay, man? Like, is everything cool over there? This is kind of upsetting. They're boots, Dwegham. They're heeled boots, like the sailors wore, and it's a Sailor Moon thing. Oh no, oh fuck, oh no, I'm imagining the transformation sequence. We gotta move on. I can't think anymore about that. Yeah, okay, so Kursala got the first pour of epoxy on his desk last week. Wasn't enough, so I'll need to do another coat. Let's just keep moving, let's just keep going. Oh, ooh, that's a nice coat. God, this desk is gonna be so nice. I'm really, I have continued to look forward to the final shots of this desk. I am absolutely going to have to con Kursala into making me some furniture at some point. I don't know when, I don't know how, but it's going to have to happen. Brought to you by inner ear infections, meclizine, hydroxyzine, and no hours of sleep. Rio, maybe don't art when you're delirious. It's a thought, you know? I mean, I guess you're inspired when you're inspired, but do you have to inflict it on us? Oh my god. Okay, let's just, let's keep going before I think any more about the transformation sequence that keeps coming back to my brain. Here we have from Larabic. Finished up my first unit of hybrids. Needed to get them off the desk to build, prime, and paint a Kemery Blood Bowl team before December 10th. New season starts. I like this color scheme. The blue skin on the Gene Stealers is nice. Good color combos all together with the blue, the orange, and then that nice little neutral. It's pretty effective. If I were going to do anything differently here, it wouldn't be the paint job. I think the paint job is phenomenal. The color choices are great. I would personally probably do something different with the basing color just to mix things up, but that's entirely personal preference. I actually think that they work well kind of blending into it. Nice job on the big old rock saws, too. Oh, no. Oh, I hear that in his voice, pun expected. Tuxedo thud. With the fucking mask and everything. Little top hat. I can't encourage this. This is going too far very, very quickly. Yeah, this orange red, this sort of ochre brown is very interesting. The blue works so... I guess it really does work even with the basing, because everything is a variant of this kind of warm, bone brown color, and then the blue is such a sharp contrast to everything. Really makes it pop nicely. Wonderful. Wonderfully done, Larabik. Oh, God, I keep thinking about it. Okay, here we have from Cantankerous Miniatures. Finished the new Crusader sculpt in my mercenary livery. Have to say I really like this contrast method. It certainly sped up getting these boys done. Speed is good. Seems like it worked out well for you. I like that kind of blue-gray. The reddish gold is a nice touch. This new Crusader model is pretty damn good looking. I'm a broken record at this point, Cantankerous. It's just every single time, I want to be like, more contrast, more. Oh, particularly on that red. Oh, God, I want more contrast, but it does look so good. Supernaut, have a good night, dude. Thanks for stopping. The red and gold is a wonderful combination. That little splash of blue that's repeated only in the base is some effective composition. I like the kind of frozen tundra icy effect you're getting here, too. Very nice. Very nice, Cantankerous. Here we have from Squared. Went to the American Heritage Museum in Stowe. Oh, God, excuse me. While I was back up north, they have only IS-2 and Running Panther. They have the only IS-2 and Running Panther in the U.S. Got a few hundred picks for anybody who wants to see them, but here's a Sherman. With quite the paint job on it, no less. My God. What a delight. Now hold up. Is this a historic paint job that was on this tank, or is this something that they've just done for the museum? Oddball was here. Why don't you cut it out with them negative waves, man? Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from it too, unexpected. Like, this looks like a fucking looted orc tank. Oh, I already did, Wigom. I already did. Woohoo! Can't get me. Dude, Kelly's Heroes is a fucking great movie. It really does look like a Bad Moons paint job, doesn't it? Like on just something prior to the Lehman Russ taking over. I hate to compare things to 40K. I always complain about that, but this one in particular is just grabbing me like that. Was the year of the tiger during Korea, so they painted it on to scare the Chinese. Okay. Oh, well then it's racist. Shit. No, actually, this is really neat. That's pretty cool, Square. I have never seen this before, and it's interesting. They did a surprisingly good job on the mouth, in particular, considering how kind of slapshod some of the other details are, and the tiger striping is just batshit crazy. I like it. Angry SpongeBob. I buy that. Tiger Force from G.I. Joe. That doesn't help Kursala. The fact is that it looks good even though that's the case. Like, it's... Alright, let's come down. Let's see what we got here from Punexpected. Sharing for the stream. Super proud of this 2-foot doorstop of a garage kit. 4 months off and on work, repainting, cursing, and crying. I think worth it, though. I continue to love the really dramatic, kind of cel-shaded cartoon style that you've gone with for this whole piece. I'm a little unsettled by the somewhat realistic rendition. Like, it's still anime, obviously, but it's an oddly realistic rendition of Android 18. But then they were like, you know what she needs? Is bigger TNA. Yeah, crying like poor Vegeta. Joke's on you, Vegeta is absolutely into that. I'm just saying, like, Do I misremember the story of Dragon Ball, or did these two not bang for many years after this? Like, this is the honeymoon phase right here. Oh, she got with Krillin. Oh, okay. And he hooks up with Bulma. Yeah, I do misremember it. I am not even going to remotely pretend like I'm an expert on Dragon Ball. I haven't watched it since probably the late 90s. I just remembered that Vegeta was banging somebody. But apparently it was Bulma. Fanfic confirmed. Oh, God. She was given a more realistic face. Yeah, I was thinking that. Vegeta looks very much like he does. And she has an unsettlingly human face while still having the very anime hairstyle and the insane proportions. All in all, though, I love the texturing. Everyone, boo this man! He doesn't know Dragon Ball Z lore. You know what? I'll own that. I don't know Dragon Ball Z lore, and frankly, I don't want to. Did I watch it? Yes, because it was on Toonami, damn it. And I had to watch it when I wasn't watching fucking Gundam Wing. I haven't watched Dragon Ball Evolution WJ, nor will I ever. Ever. Here we have from Hethrir. By the way, really, pun expected, I continue to love the stylized, cartoonish paint job that you did on this. We don't even have, I think my favorite part of this are the rocks that she's standing on. I'd love another angle on that, because I think that's really where it came together. Oddly, I'm more drawn to the quality of the paint job on the rocks and the broken Vegeta than I am on Android 18. Not that you haven't done a fantastic job on it, it's just like, it's so detailed down here. Lovely work. Here we have from Hethrir, the special edition of Lady Cariana Rose from my friend's Grimkin army. The cloth is my first attempt at oil painting. Hethrir has very recently picked up oil paints after I was like, oh my god, dude, have you seen oil painting? It's amazing. And he has taken to it like a fish to water. This took him very, very little time to do, and if I'm being honest, it's a little bit alarming. If I can't flex my painting skills over Hethrir, I'm going to lose all of my cred. And this is a fantastic paint job. Well, wait, were you sleeping and had my voice on in the background, Negative Charisma? Damn it! If I had known that, I would have planted some subconscious triggers or something. Shit. Lovely work on this, though, Hethrir. I think once you start experimenting with using... Reds in particular are tricky in oils, but once you start experimenting with saturating your reds a little bit more and using, like, green and blue shadows, which are so easy to do in oils, like... Man, you're gonna have some paint jobs that pop like crazy, because this looks fantastic. This looks fantastic. Really nicely done, Hethrir. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Finally finished the last little rubble pile from Octarius. I don't know why it was such a motivation drain to work on, but it's finally done. That happens. Honestly, Chaotic, that happens. Sometimes it's just, you know, you got enthusiasm for something, you start working on it, you get to like 70%, and then it's like you look at it, and all the motivation just drains from your body. Almost immediately. Looks nice, though. Well done. Very clean. You got some good weathering on there. Good use of washes. Excellent brush control. From where you started, this is a nice piece of scenery. What I want to see are some more action shots of you getting in some Kill Team games, Chaotic. I want to see it. Yeah, I feel that, Dark Fox. You guys have watched it happen to me, because I'm the dumbass who broadcasts my progress on everything. It was my first time using oils, but I really enjoyed the blending. Very therapeutic. Yeah, I'm finding it similar, Hethrir. It's kind of breaking out some of the cobwebs in my creativity, trying to do more things with oils. If you haven't followed Pun Expected Painting right here in chat, he's another really, really good painter to follow for more oil tips. Definitely go give him one, Hethrir. Here we have from Vergaderung. Got all the pipe connectors and building walkways that I have printed all done. Did a light dry brush with silver for wear, blue static grass, and they are good enough. Next month is all the buildings and pressure towers and stuff, maybe some power structures. Yeah, Vergaderung's gonna get his hands on the new power infrastructure stuff sooner rather than later. And they use the same pipelines. So you should be able to get away with using exactly these ones that you've done. God damn, you really did make a lot of them, didn't you? At this point, you've done more of my pipelines and walkways than I have. Man, I'm excited to see what this winds up looking like. I'll get you the power infrastructure stuff. In fact, if you want Vergata Rung, I'll send you the ones that I have finished. Hell, I'll just do it tonight. Because I'd love to see what you do with... right now we can do wind power, geothermal, the generators, which you can connect in, and then I can have the solar collector tower ready to go like later tonight. Probably still not enough. You'd be surprised what you can do with single connectors. That's a pretty good spread and good diversity of it, though, too, with the three ways in each case. Lovely. This whole table is so fucking inspiring for Vergata. Yeah. I want to see what you do. I want to see what you do with the generators in particular. They're one of my favorite buildings that I have built recently. Here we have from Parallax, Micro Diorama Experiment, Battletech Snow Globes. That's a cool looking little catapult. It's a K2 with the PPCs. Why do I recognize that sculpt? Wait, is this one of the ones from Some Assembly Required? Which, they're not called that anymore, but Machine God and Papa Bear. You know what? I'll make sure you get that one then, Vergata. I'm not sure, like, the posing of it is making me think that it's from them. But this could be an IWM figure. Either way, it's a good-looking Catapult K2. I really like it with the little raised foot. It just gives it that extra little bit of dynamic motion, and then we have what looked like a PPC bolt coming out. A little blocked off by the glare from the glow, but that's okay. This should be a Christmas ornament. Like, if you put a little hook in here, you could hang this from the Christmas tree, and that would be just fucking amazing. Yeah, I'd have to see closer to really tell Vergata. I'm going to wind up going and looking at Machine God and Papa Bear's version to see if I'm crazy after this. Either way, lovely work, Parallax. Battletech Snow Globe. Well, are you going to, like, fill it with fluid so that you can actually do the snow globe thing with it, or are you going to turn it into an ornament? Because I think one of those two directions it should definitely go in. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Meant to post this in the Storm Report last stream, but completely spaced it. First picture is for Riot Sister, whom was curious how they'd look with a fursona. It's funny you say that, because as I looked at it before I read this, I was thinking, that kind of looks like Cat. First encounter with Cat was this orange tabby, and I guess that never really wavered. She was also having a rough time at the time, too, so it doubled as a gift. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, so yeah, it probably is... That probably is a 3D print from their Patreon. Along with this load, there it is. This looks remarkably like Cat. As someone who has known her since we were both, like, freshmen in high school, this has a remarkable number of features that remind me of her. Yeah, like, this is...
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Strangely good at capturing her overall look. I mean, admittedly, it's hard to mistake her hair. It is such a very big part of the look, it lends a lot. But not just that, but the shape of the face and the spacing of the eyes. Admittedly, they're particularly wide because they're put on a feline face. But, oh, well, I can actually recognize her. Lovely work, Project Dark Fox. Is Kat around? Do we have a reaction? I'd love to know what she thinks of it. Here we have also... From Project Dark Fox, this second pick is a commission for our very own Rainy River Designs! Exclamation point Rainy River. For those in Twitch chat, it's a good idea to go ahead and hit that. Line art of their Glaive first support tank. Glaive fire support tank? That would make more sense. Their model now available at their store. Everyone was very happy with these results. If I may rub my own deflated ego for once. Not in public. I'm very happy with the fact that my skill set is this varied. You do some really cool hard surface stuff. You really do. to be able to draw squishies and vehicles with equal skill. They say jack of all trades, master of none, but it's better to be good at a lot of things than to be hyper-specialized in one. To be fair, it depends on what you're hyper-specialized in. But as far as art goes, I very much agree. I like the little extra bit of angle that has gone into this. It has the similar segmented armor look, but it has a little bit of a different front on it. Same thing for the Minotaur. Minotaur? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's called the Minotaur. That's right. Fuck yeah, Dweghom, good job, man. What did you design it in? Looks like the turret is unmanned, which is a cool design. Yeah, I get the feeling that these are sensors. Like we got a, that's either a laser, I think that's probably a laser, but maybe a sensor cluster here, and maybe a sensor right here, and then everything is probably run from this little central pilot's compartment. In Tinkercad, good job, dude. Designing your own practical prints is so much fun. I don't know if you do Reddit, Dweghom, but the practical prints subreddit is one of my favorite things. I really like the little aerials. They just add so much character to the tank overall. Sort of imagine there would be a gunner by the base of the turret, if not in the offset canopy section. Yeah, like maybe actually sitting in the shaft of the turret, but not necessarily rotating with it. Or if he is rotating with it, his head is mostly in the turret. I could see that, for the most part. Haven't looked at them too much. Need to work on the elephant footing on prints. You'll get there. Keep putting in the work, man. Welcome to the wonderful world of not buying stupid little plastic things anymore, because you can design and make your own. The only weapons are the rotary cannon and the missile box. Everything else is sensors and lights. Okay. So sensors, maybe a spotlight, possibly. Maybe a spotlight? Looks like there's like a speaker system here, you know? So you can engage in psychological warfare, blast some Nickelback at the enemy. IR light, that would make sense. That makes sense, Trotsky. That's how I do the searchlight on the Warhammer. It's this huge box. I'm always like, that's probably an IR light more than an actual spotlight. Like, I feel like that makes more sense. Please do, Dweghom. I'd love to see it. Lovely work. Project Dark Fox. Yeah, no, you... It remains one of my greatest pleasures in this stream, getting to watch artists grow as they share their work. And Project Dark Fox has been continuing to work in two different directions with their art. And excels at both. Our very own Trenchfoot was PDF's design, and it was a joy to 3D sculpt. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios with no context. Oh, hold on. Wait, there's music. Oh my god, this is upsetting. And the Borealis. In fact, the first thing that Project Dark Fox did for me was the Borealis, and that came out wonderfully. Hang on a second. Oh my god. Let's get the full experience here for a second. What the fuck is happening? So, Zombie Brush Studios has lost his mind recently. Discuss, I suppose. I hope you had a fun cooking rave, Zombie Brush. Rave Tacos. Good band name. I dig it. I like it. What the fuck? Here we have from Nash. Got out of their mech for the lance being worked on, which I am excited about. Got some line cleanup and basing to do. Lenses need some work, but I'm pretty happy with these so far. Oh yeah, these are coming together nice. These are real high contrast and I'm digging it. I am loving the combination of sculpts that we have here, by the way. My very own Battlemaster / Bigfoot, which is always a pleasure to see one of these getting painted. I particularly love what you've done on the cockpit glass here. That's rich. And then we have Cav Tankerus is design, which, fuck, help me with the name. I can't remember the name of it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. The Kiernan, thank you so much. Yes. It's such a neat design. It's a good thing no one listens to you, Dweghom. gotta get my hands on one of these bad... Well, as it turns out, I already kind of do have my hands on one of these bad boys, but that's, you know, another story. We'll have to get one on the stream. And then we have the Falcons coming together over here. I like the added antenna. That's a nice touch to both of them. It's such a rich purple, and you've leaned so heavy on the contrast purple. And not contrast like Games Workshop contrast, but I mean actually contrasting the purple, the deep purple out to that soft lavender highlight, really accentuates all the detail that has gone into these respective sculpts. Very nice. I still need to paint my own Battlemaster. I just haven't gotten around to it. If I may say so, though, I'm very proud of the sculpt. It is a big, beefy, chonky fucking mech. Primitive Rifleman and Griffin from IWM. Okay. Alright. I would guess that there is some white in the highlights, yes, because it goes out to a very desaturated sort of lavender, and the strength of it lays in the fact that the base purple is so dark. Project Dark Fox, yeah, you've got your finger in many pies, to use one of the most strangely unappetizing metaphors I can possibly think of. Vergaderung, yeah. What do you want it for? I have posted up the Battlemaster that's just standing there in the mech bay pose with the cockpit open, and then I have another one that's kneeling down with the cockpit open for a dismount. But yeah, Vergaderung, anytime you want anything in particular, let me know. I can absolutely get it to you. Removing the weapon and making a file is very, very easy for me. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. There's a Battlemaster variant with 7 Streak SRM2s. Let me know where they are. I can hook you up with that. That's insane. That's, oh my god, that's so many SRMs. Peak I attempted to summit. Dragontail Summit outside Leavenworth, Washington. Bit shy of 9,000 feet. Last bit is fairly challenging climb/hike. Sadly didn't make it due to high winds, but had fun nonetheless, and views were kind of awesome. Christmas market in town was cool as well. Amateur Paint Hour, this is lovely. I enjoy a good hike. I do like so many things about Washington State. Ooh, really, Gimishkar? That's only white and dioxazine purple. Oh, that came out nice. I always appreciate including details of the paint jobs. Vergaderung, PM me some details on Discord, dude. I'll happily put that together for you. That came out really, really nice, Gimishkar. For so simple, yeah. God, this makes me tired just looking at it. Jesus. Oh, I'm glad you had fun, Amateur Paint Hour. I'm glad to see you back around, man. And working again. It's fucking fantastic. I saw some of your paint work posted earlier. Oh my gosh. The project I'm on is a scriptwriter / editing staff member. Invader Zim, a very tall problem, finally has a trailer. Guess this is more self-advertising, but I came up with a few lines for the trailer script, so let's see. Let's mute you for a second.
In the Florpus, there are many stories, many realities. This is one of them.
I do like Invader Zim.
Before us lies the almighty tallest, at the mercy of our resistance! Wait!
Oh.
Did we do that?
Okay, so the question of
Hope
the
you
day.
hope you don't mind, WJ. I'm not gonna play the entire thing.
We were 1 minute about to be executed by the
But I'm gonna go
resistance,
ahead and
but-
take a look at this a little bit later. And would you do me a favor, WJ, and go ahead and post that to what would be a good channel for that? Post it to Movies and Shows, and you can probably go ahead and post it to General. I'm gonna take a look at it after this, and I would encourage everyone to go ahead and jump in. Just because anything over a minute, WJ, starts to drag on a little bit for the purposes of the Storm Report. But please feel free to post it around. Got it in self promos too. That's fine. I would say go ahead and put it in You have my permission to go ahead and put it in movies and shows, and even go ahead and drop it in general. All right, coming down. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, one of 4 Warglaves I just finished today. I'm starting to get pretty fucking sick of this Dr. Rhino guy with his starting and finishing projects on the regular. And what's worse? You want to know what's worse than that? They look good. And they're imaginative. And it's like, yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to do that as miniature painters. We have to start projects, get them to around 80%, lose interest, start new projects, finish maybe one older one somewhere in there, and then talk a bunch of shit about it because we're not really satisfied with how it came out. And this is he's just starting things and finishing them like inside of a week. I've seen him finish things on his stream. That's against the fucking rules. I don't have enough fucking beer for this. Oh my god. Look at that green glow in the eyes. Shut up, PDF. God. Why can't you just go along with my fantasy? Look at the faded caution striking on the blade, the glowing green eyes, the dirty armor. It's simple and effective, and it just shows me how much I'm overthinking my paint jobs with how good it looks. Someone ban Dr. Rhino. I'm not going to tolerate this shit. This is too good. And he's like, oh, this is one of the Warglaves that I finished. That implies that he finished more, which is even weirder. Good job, Dr. Rhino. Damn good work. I really do like that green eye glow. That's remarkably effective. I'd like to see that one in person. Because, I mean, your photography setup is fairly simple, and so I'm inclined to believe that this is this photograph is very indicative of how it actually looks in person. A lot of us, a lot of painters will utilize more photo effects than this to get a better effect, but this is just, I like it. It's kind of miniature veritas, you know? Nicely done. It just shows how much trust I have in PDF. That they won't, annihilate literally everything that they have access to. Oh, God. Here we have from Tiberius. Work in progress on a Satan. Is it not? Which Satan is this? Is this a Satan? I'm so behind on my Necron lore. It is? Okay. Which one is it? Why is his head split open? What's going on? Flinty McMetalface. I have my doubts about that one, Trotsky. Oh, this is the Void Dragon. Oh. Okay. I really did prefer back when the Necrons were a bit more mysterious, and there was still, the rumor was oh, the Void Dragon might live in the heart of Mars. Maybe the Imperium of Man has been worshipping a Satan this entire time. Nobody knows, and we'll never find out. It's just a cool theory, and then they're like, whatever. They got the Void Dragon, enslaved or something. Who gives a shit? Yeah, the last time I even thought about the Void Dragon, they were still talking about maybe the Void Dragon was asleep in the heart of Mars, and the Void Dragon was, in fact, the Omnissiah. That would have been cool, but yeah, I guess he's just a guy with some crazy wings now. Shavarna... Wait, hold on. Shavarna Gibson. Well, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Wait, am I to gather that you are also involved with the Invader Zim project, along with WJ? I confess I'm very curious about it. We didn't show the whole thing here on stream. But please feel free to post it around the Discord. I'd love for people to take a look at it. I enjoy myself some Invader Zim, I have to say. They fragmented the Satan during the War in Heaven. Oh my god, I almost fell asleep just reading that. Holy crap. But outside of complaining about the lore, I should probably focus on the paint job, which is coming together nicely. I like this little OSL sort of cyan blue. I like how it picks up a little bit down here in the crook of the neck. And then our blues go through this kind of electric blue with, I can't tell if that's a vein or a lightning bolt. Maybe it's both. Who the hell knows? Probably both. And that comes down to this really nice midnight blue, which is coming down into kind of a, looks like a metallic silver? Which then repeats itself going up onto the wings. I'll be interested to know what you plan to do with the wings. I assume that the lightning bolt is going to pick up the blue tones, but I wonder if these are going to stay that sort of almost graphite metallic. Like the Omnissiah is more like quasi-sentient code. The Void Dragon is just the source of advanced tech that led to the Omnissiah, but that's my headcanon. Headcanon is the best sort of canon when it comes to 40k, because whatever they decide the actual answer is guaranteed to be stupid. Silver with a little purple. Okay, I can see that a little bit. I like the transition from the blues down into the metallics. Yeah. It looks like the colors, like, did you base it in silvers and metallics and then glaze the colors in over top? Because that's also the impression I'm getting with the way that this blue fades into this sort of silver. I'm almost getting a green tone up here, and I don't know if that's actually there. Or maybe my eyes are fooling me because of the background. But I would say that that's not a bad idea to lean into. A little bit of a green tone as we go higher would just add some more visual interest to the overall gradient. Lovely work, though. New Necron fluff isn't great except for the silent kit. Yeah, I'm really not at all versed on new Necron lore. Last time I read anything about Necron lore, we were still geeking out about the Void Dragon potentially being the true Omnissiah, and the fact that the Necrons that were awakening in the galaxy were referred to as harvesters. And the big question on fans' minds was, what does a Necron battle force look like? It would be so much worse than the Harvester forces. And they've just thrown all that out, and now they're all just like, yeah, they're Tomb Kings in space. I preferred them more mysterious, but I think if one thing is obvious by now, it's that nobody gives a shit what I want. So, here we are. It's a fucking good-looking model, and this is an excellent paint job on it so far. Nice. Nicely done. Lunchbox, please continue to share the work on that one with us. Yeah. I love the gradients. I do. I'd love to see some greens in there, just to zhuzh it up a little bit, More like the Vex from Destiny? I don't know what that is, because I didn't play Destiny, but for like one mission, and then I quit. Less into Space Tomb Kings as well. I mean, they were always kind of that, Trotsky. That was the premise for creating Necrons, was we need Tomb Kings for 40k. But they made them mysterious enough. And I get that players probably had a hard time imposing, like projecting their own ideas into the Necrons, because it was like, what color do you paint Necrons? I don't know, they're all silver. Like, there wasn't that much customization you could put in. And the new dynasties and everything give the opportunity for a lot more specialized customization and characters. Like, I get it. I just don't love it. But again, they're not making it for me. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Yeah, this is the one that I saw earlier. Finishing up my Clan Wolfstar. Have one more mech to go, but most recent just finished is a Clan Summoner. Bit rusty after not painting for 2 months, but not terrible. Better cockpit lensing would be good. As always, advice and comments are welcome. Not super pleased with the outcome. It just feels sloppy, and I feel my work should be better. Amateur Paint Hour, I want you to stop that thinking. And I know that it's real easy to say stop thinking that way, and it's real hard to actually do it. But, no, man. Like, I know that feeling, and that feeling is pure fucking toxicity. The irony is that feeling of my work should be better, is not going to make you a better painter. It's not going to improve the quality of your paint jobs. All it's going to do is drag down your approximation of your own work. I think Project Dark Fox posted something a little while back that I found very insightful and true. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what you posted, but it was to the effect of, like, you don't like your work because every time you make it, you're expecting it to look like you didn't make it. You're painting things, and you want it to look like someone else made it, but the thing is, it's never going to look that way. It's always going to look like you made it. You're going to know every mistake. You're going to know every slip. You're going to know everything that went wrong from how you imagined it in your head. And I'm going to blend this with something I say pretty often. You are your own worst critic, and I don't just mean you're the harshest on yourself. I mean, you are uniquely unqualified to judge your own work. Because again, you know what it was going to be in your head, and you see what it is in reality, and you go, it's not quite the same. But you need to learn to accept that, because this is fucking nominal work. Like, really, this is great. I love the use of warm and cold contrast. I love the inclusion of the orange metallic bits on the blue-gray legs. I think that the green in the cockpit worked out particularly well. You've got good panel lining and contrast. I like that you went fairly bright with the upper panels. Like, this looks really fucking good. You should be proud of this. You should be proud of this whole star. I also think that your basing has come together really nicely, particularly on this summoner. If you feel like you should be better, that's fine. Keep trying to do better than you're already doing. But you shouldn't be better than this. You will be better than this if you keep practicing, but there's no should in any of this. So just keep working, man, and love what you do. This is fantastic work. Very detailed, by the way. I love that you've actually taken the time to pick out most of the details in this sculpt. Some of them can get lost pretty easily. Amateur Paint Hour. Keep up the good work, dude. And here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster preview. One of the very first designs added to the project was by a gentleman who runs a shapeways store called Sandman Artistry. A very kind fellow was more than happy to let me use his Crusher battlemech design in Operation Lancaster. This began life as a land air mech, or LAM, and had 3 different models for different modes. Though it is represented on Operation Lancaster as a 55-ton Omni-Mech with a partial wing, the lore of this machine does acknowledge the land-based origins of its design, with both a Star League-era model that the new Omni-Mech was based on, as well as a prototype new generation land that is undergoing testing at the time of Operation Lancaster's in-universe publication date of 3085. The gentleman behind this design was surprised when I sent him the art, with a response of, "By Plug himself?" I know that feeling. Needless to say, all parties are happy with the results. It's something very pleasing to me about the partial wing design. I don't know what it is. It reminds me of something. Is it Exo Squad? Is it reminding me of something from Exo Squad? I can't put my finger on it. Thank you, Trotsky. Yeah. Okay. JT Marsh's E-frame. I can see that. Yeah. That would make sense, because, like, I'm familiar with Exo Squad, but only with some of the most publicized bits of it and some of the most popular toys. So that's probably what's jumping out at me. I like this design. You know what I like about this guy almost more than anything? Is that it's this light hybrid flight design, and he has these big chunky square feet. Like, they're kind of incongruous with its design and purpose, and like these secondary kind of wings coming off the back, and then there's these big chunk feet. But somehow it works through the magic of imagination. Yeah, it has abs. It has like a 10-pack going on. This is some pretty cool artwork, and yeah, I can absolutely see that. Well, I mean, you know, Sumitha, I've had that response to some work that you've had done too. Wait, by Plog himself? I love the inclusion of like the flak explosions behind it, just to set the whole stage. This is so cool. Robo abs. When you're doing those robo reps, baby. That's pretty awesome. I always love seeing Operation Lancaster bits in the Storm Report. Sumitha, thank you so much for sharing with us again. tonight. I want to see a land with a hatchet. Hatchets are stabilizer, rudder, wings, something along. Ooh, I actually kind of like that. Like he can reach back and sort of fold the wing up into a blade. That's just fucking stupid enough to work. I don't know, there's already some melee mechs in Operation Lancaster that are really cool, though. Never go full anime, always. Always, immediately go full anime, Trotsky. You just have to go to the right anime. And with that in mind, go watch Fang of the Sun Dugrum. It's all on YouTube, go watch it. It's 75 episodes. And just embrace it. Just go with it. You will not be sorry. On episode 8, fuck yeah, dude. I'll tell you right now, it's not going exactly where you think it's going. It subverts a lot of tropes that became very common in mecha anime later on. Honestly, if you want to talk about it, if you have any thoughts on it, I'd love to hear them. It's one of my favorite shows. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and for the first time in a little over a week, the end of tonight's stream. Talons, that could work. Like little wings that kind of fold forward. I don't know, I like the dual purpose idea of wings and blades. I think that's a really neat idea. Oh, Sumitha. Oh, really, thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's figure out who we're raiding tonight and get that going. Wow, I haven't had my monitor on all day tonight. I usually have my stream monitor open and I just neglected to do that. Hang on. Let's see who's doing what. Commander Mittens is painting. Chaotic Common is playing some Foxhole. Steep T. Oh, Heresy Killer is playing some Battletech, it looks like. Key Lime Prime. Working on some Lumineth. Steep T's painting some Kingdom Death. Huh. Not many people painting tonight. Key Lime Prime. Let me see what he's doing. I haven't watched him in a little while. Goddamn commercials. Goddamn commercials. I'm just going to pick almost at random. That's what we're going to do. Go into the creator dashboard. You rancid son of a bitch. And let's get a raid started over to Steep T. Wait, what are we shouting out Cephalopod Studios for? Is he online right now? I didn't see him online. Bear with me for a second. Oh, he's here in chat. Oh my god, hey, what's up, Cephalopod? How you doing? I missed you. Oh, there, okay, yeah, right at the end. Yeah, you got great timing. I was like, is Cephalopod streaming? We'll go raid him! You see how excited I got? I had to go and just dash my dreams. Just dash them. Let's go ahead and get this raid started over to Steep T. He's a pretty good dude. I've hung out in his chat a couple of times. Very energetic. Good painter. I think you guys will like it over there. Make a little bit of noise when you show up. Go ahead and share the love. Why don't have Cephalopod Studios start a stream and you rate it? I'd hate to be like, go start a stream, go right now. Try to make it a little bit more natural than that, you know. That raid, it started and then it ended? What the hell? There we go. There we go. Okay. Hey, I remember how to operate Twitch, you guys. Professional streamer. Stand back. Oh, thank you all for joining me tonight. It is great to be back. That week did me a lot of good. We had a lot of developments on my end that I think are going to be positive overall for my artistic endeavors in the near future. Always love having you guys hang out with me as I continue to try to slowly chip away at the endless log of painting. we're going to be back. Thursday the 2nd, we gonna paint something. Sunday the 5th, we gonna paint something else. And then Tuesday the 7th, oh lord, he painting. I haven't decided exactly what we're gonna be doing. I'll make sure that I announce that on the Discord before we get started. But I got a lot of models to paint, you guys. So we're just gonna keep chipping away at it until something gets done. It's never gonna all be done, but until something gets done, we're just gonna keep going. A huge thank you as always to everybody who joined me tonight. My amazing mod team. You guys are out of fucking control with how just none of this would be possible without you. A huge thank you to all of our new followers tonight. We had a couple new people stop in. It was great to see. A big thank you to Hamburg Tack for all those gifts. In fact, the gift subs in general were out of control tonight. You guys are fucking amazing. And thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I would love to see some more progress on your work next time. I'm running out of time, so until next time, keep on painting.